Hello and welcome to the German Football Fan Club. My name is Kevin and I will be with you through this evening's weekend kickoff for the Bundesliga and the Zweite Bundesliga. We'll start today in Berlin where Hertha BSC will begin their home campaign. Or sorry, no, this is mixing them up with the Bundesliga already. No, the Hertha will be playing at home to Elversberg today. It will be Hamburg SV who will be starting their home campaign in the afternoon for the evening in Germany. The late match tonight, one of the biggest of the season. We get it in week 2, the Hamburg derby, where we have HSV hosting St. Pauli at their Volksparkstadion. Me, one of the with Schalke in the second division and Dortmund in the top division, I'd say this is probably the best derby in Germany, at least in the top flight this season. I would say probably the best city derby that Germany has to offer. There's some very good regional derbies in Germany. Not that many city derbies, and I think this one definitely takes the cake. The Intercity, the Reeperbahn Club, St. Pauli against the classic giants of Hamburg SV. We have some would seem that I have a stake in this, but I was a St. Pauli, minorly a St. Pauli supporter for a while. They were one of the clubs that brought me back into German football. I'm not entirely aligned with their club identity, as it were, but I did really appreciate their anti-modern football stance and their identity of just doing things the way they wanted to do. That said, in the meantime, I have also come to gain a lot of appreciation of the big traditional clubs in Germany and traditional football culture. So, well, I do like St. Pauli, and I do have some of their gear. More showing it off because it's part of my general German football collection, rather than specifically supporting St. Pauli anymore. Union Berlin being my club now that I have fully come back to German football and made a conscious choice of the team that aligns most with my own spirit, and to me that's Union Berlin, somewhat reflected in my own project that I'm working on here. The one-man show with the support of my wonderful partner to build this project. Everything on this channel, all the overlays, everything is operated by me and made by me, and I didn't really know what I'm doing, so I'm figuring it out as I go along. But it was important to me, especially now with the new rights and for English language rights for the Bundesliga going to some YouTubers and stuff like that, like Goldbridge and the overlap and things like that. There's hopefully going to be a lot of eyes on the German Bundesliga, the German football this season. But that said, I wanted to create a space where German football culture and Stefan Baumgart, the Union Berlin coach, in attendance for the match today. I wanted to create a space that's really more focused on the culture of German football, what makes it special, what makes it important, and not so much, the players, the transfers, the big rivalries in the sense of or the big clubs in the sense of Leipzig and Leverkusen and Bayern. Me, what makes German football special is more the small clubs, the community, the culture, the tradition, the atmosphere, the ultras. I think Germany produces the best overall football experience because it is still rooted in its culture, because the fans still maintain control, because of the 50+1 rule. That means that in almost all German clubs, with the exception of the hated few like Leipzig, the fans maintain control, and because the fans maintain control of their clubs, they maintain control of football in Germany. It's a give and take, it's a push and pull. The fans will sometimes will have to fight the association tooth and nail, and sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But because there is still fans and ultras that have power, we still get to have football unlike anywhere else, in my opinion, unlike anywhere else in the world. High level football with high level fans. As we get ready for kickoff, we are just already ready to go, and we are underway at the Olympiastadion. Running. And the Hertha fans are bouncing on their cover behind the goal there, looking good. Great atmosphere off the start here. I wonder if, let's just take a quick look. See how these two teams are doing so far. Elversberg begin the day in 7th with 2 wins from their first 3 games, while Hertha find themselves down 2nd from bottom with just 2 draws in the first 3 games. 2 points. We're actually going to cover the Nuremberg Paderborn match as well. That was originally going to be the primary match today, but mixed up a little bit between my app that shows me where the matches will be played and the matches actually being shown. I thought DAZN was going to be covering that match, but they are not covering this one from the Zweite Bundesliga today. So the secondary game becomes the primary game, but the Hertha fans so far showing that it's gonna be a great atmosphere in Berlin today anyway. Still looking forward to this match very much. Good turnout. It is always a bit of a shame with Hertha because they do have a strong fan base. And they do have they do generally get good turnouts, but as has been noted often, it is difficult for them because of course the Olympiastadion in Berlin is a 75,000 plus seat stadium, and so especially now that they're down in the 2nd division too, and not even having the hype of the 1st division, they obviously having a difficult time, always a difficult time to sell out the Olympiastadion. It's just such a massive arena. So it is always a little bit shame, even when they have great crowds, it always does look a little bit empty, especially by German standards. Especially where most clubs in Germany will have sellouts pretty much every game. Here comes Hertha forward down the right. I like the darker blue in their kits this year. It's both sides nice kits. Hertha in their traditional blue and white, although again a little bit darker than you usually see. Usually a little bit of a lighter blue color is their traditional one, but good. Elversberg on their change strip red and black and gold. Foul there on the edge of the box, on the edge of the defensive box. So it's a free kick for Elversberg down deep in their own end. Oh, that was took a bit of a chunk there. Took a swing of the ball, missed it, and got him fully on the shin there. Interesting to see if we get some shots of the Elversberg traveling faithful. I haven't seen them yet. Gästeblock is away to the left-hand side on the near left-hand corner. Not the most visible generally, but I'm sure we'll get shots of them. It would be interesting to see what kind of following they have. I don't actually know that much about Elversberg per se. As far as I know, they have not really been around even into the 2nd division very much or very long. So let's take a look and see. Find about that real quick. Oh, just like that. I was trying to look up a bit of info about Elversberg, and they have the goal inside 5 minutes in front of the Hertha fans down on the West Curve. Kurva. Lightning quick start for Elversberg. Fives all around. Tried to play it out to the side. Well blocked by the Oh, beautiful touch inside, and this is just all around rough from Hertha. Bad giveaway. Well beaten, but then can't be beaten at the near post like that. Impossible angle. Poor defending. Poor playing out from the back. Poor goalkeeping. Just all around poor from Hertha on that one. That was the rough start to the game for them. We can get some info. Doesn't seem to have dampened down the fans at all. Their ball, Elversberg coming again. Onside. Whoo, didn't miss by too much. Good little curling shot to the far post. Great run, timed perfectly. Hertha trying to get forward, and all is curling a little way on. Curling out of bounds on that near side. There you can see the Elversberg fans in the background in their end. Not filling up their section, but a good little turnout there. Elversberg, though a small club based in Spießen, Elversberg in the Saarland. They are actually quite an old club, as many German clubs are. They go all the way back to 1907, the Sportverein 07 Elversberg. So 118 years old, if I'm correct. Quite the long history. Promoted the season before last. This will be their second season in the Zweite Bundesliga. Been a bit of a rough ride for Hertha the last, well, let's say a few years, but it's been quite a while now. The club is undergoing a significant restructuring and financial reform. Investor 777 Partners holds a large stake. The club is being forced to cut expenses and faces ongoing financial scrutiny. Going from a little review from ChatGPT, that is, oh, here comes Elversberg again. The ball a little bit behind him on the far side there. Still have to slow down, but Elversberg going to get forward quickly when the opportunity arises. Hertha have gone through some ownership turmoil. They're now majority owners, obviously within the 50+1 spectrum, but the majority corporate owners of Hertha are 777 partners, which general football fans might recognize. They're also, from what I understand, the majority holders in Everton Football Club in England, and they've also been steadily building a bit of portfolio of clubs around Europe and around the world. Good job by Ebnichlib to win the corner for Elversberg there. See the Hertha Ultras behind the goal there. Over 10 minutes gone, a chance for Elversberg to corner here. See all the banners of the different fan groups and Ultras groups behind the goal there. Obviously, as an Union Berlin fan, I am partial to the red side of Berlin, but I don't really take harsh views of rivals. Give the Hertha fans credit for they did start the match with good noise and good atmosphere. Obviously, taken down a notch by the shock Elversberg goal, and also the poor circumstances that led to it, the poor defending and playing out. Elversberg all over them again. Good turnover, looking at the back post, jumped early. He had time to jump right, he might have got there, but yeah, just kind of jumped into the back of him. Here's the goal again. Touchback, but this was the key moment. A great block there. Little turn past the defender, and you gotta say that was a tough, poor goalkeeping there. Even with all the other mistakes that were made, like, he's got to make the save on the near post there. Hertha will reset here. Hertha fans getting the atmosphere up again. Always love the flags in German football. I do kind of wonder how much they limit the visibility, but as long as the fans that are in that section are okay with it, I love to see the flags waving. Elversberg just maintaining possession deep, going all the way back to their goalkeeper now. Hertha pressing up higher, forcing the ball through, but well worked. Darda getting back though to cut him off easily. Elversberg picking up the second ball there from the goalkeeper's long kick. We'll try that left side again. We've seen some good interchanges by Elversberg down that left side. Be interesting to see. Just a little thing that I've noticed. There's been a lot of the matches I've watched this season so far. It's been a lot of emphasis down the left side for a lot of clubs. Elversberg doing very well, almost doing the double or the back-to-back promotions. They were promoted the year before last, and last season they finished third, losing to Heidenheim in a very close promotion relegation playoff. Heidenheim staying up, Elversberg staying down, but rather meteoric rides for them. Controlling the ball. A lot of the ball early here. Working that left side again, getting great passing angles, moving in. Tried to do a little flick back, but couldn't get a touch. Hertha trying to get away out down the right-hand side. Good, give it away again immediately. Oh, almost splits the defense with a great ball through. Hertha trying to get some control, and it's just a loose ball out into touch, and the boos raining down after 15 minutes. Fans not appreciating the sloppiness from their home team. Elversberg in the right-hand channel here. Kav, you can tell he wants to get onto his right foot, the defender aggressively forcing him onto his left. Ball will come across. Trying to maybe find a shooting position. Elversberg get it back again. Hertha can't get out, and it'll be a throw to. Oh, it should have been a throw into Elversberg down in the corner, but they'll see if they can pin Hertha down there. That's where Hertha's problems began on the goal. That was a loose ball from Dardai. Down to this corner here to take the throw in for Hertha, see if they can get out more successfully. Headed right back in. Hertha just not. Ooh, a lunging challenge. Free kick to Elversberg. And Jensen is going to go into the book. Yep, definitely late. Maybe a bit much for yellow, but he did definitely missed the ball. Card. Jensen in the book after 17 minutes. Second yellow card of the season. See the stand pretty full there behind the Hertha goal, and then you can see the Elversberg fans there, and that crammed in a bit tight into that very large away end. From the Hertha fans behind the goal there. Chance for Elversberg. This is an excellent position. First player overruns, right foot, wide. Not particularly close. Have to try and get out down the left here again. Just can't keep control of the ball. Sloppy passing and also just some loose bouncing passes around. Tried to get through. Ran into the Elversberg player looking for a foul. Nothing given. Just a touch too far there, and it'll run out past the there for goal kick for Hertha. Nearly 20 minutes gone. They'll play out from the back again, going down this left-hand side. Not deterred by the problems they've had that ran into the goal for Elversberg. Won't come out this left side though. It's the right side, and I'll come back to this left side here, but Elversberg pressing up quickly and cannot turn at all. That's a good diagonal forward into the right side. Tried to get the cross in, but well blocked away. Throw into Hertha on the far side here. Looks like he's going to go for a long throw. Keeping the ad boards out of the way there. Couldn't beat the first man with the long throw, and it'll come all the way back into the center circle for Hertha. There, can be pushed all the way back to the keeper as Elversberg push up well. Keeper plays it forward, but to his opposite number, Elversberg keeper. Now they will build it down their right hand side here. Both teams want to keep possession, though Elversberg having more joy building forward. Got anyone in here with me? Welcome to the German Football Fan Club. My project to build a watch-along community and fan culture community around German football. Watching Hertha BSC against Elversberg today. Have HSV and St. Pauli in the Hamburg derby this afternoon in the, to me, one of the season top spiels. Definitely the weekend top spiel, and for sure the Friday night top spiel here in Germany. 22 minutes gone here. Calamitous error-strewn build-out from Hertha, leading to Elversberg's first goal. Just they're trying to work their way. Hertha keep trying to work their way out down this left-hand side, but just very sloppy and disjointed. Lots of bouncing balls, mishandled balls, misplaced passes. Elversberg with the lead. Happy to take things calmly. Good ball up the right-hand side to get away from the press. Got a man on his right outside. Lots of room to put in a cross down to the touchline. Chips it in, but headed away to the top of the box. Great little touch around the defender. Just a little heavy there and cleared away out to center field by Dardai. Oh, the center back there from center field, just calm as you like, just looked like he was thinking of maybe dinking a pass, and then it just curled away to the right there, but just about caught the keeper out. He wasn't even especially far out, standing about on his penalty spot. Great creative idea there. Throw into Hertha. Elversberg player picks himself up. Let's see what happened there. Kind of caught his ankle a little bit. Looked not too bad there. over on the left there. He'll burst with pace. He just right past the Hertha right back. Can't quite control. Drops for him anyway. And it'll be a corner to Elversberg. She just kind of ran over the defender there. Look at that burst of pace around the corner on his man. Ball in, loose touch. Just ran over the defender there. Clean though. It'll be a corner to Elversberg. Whistles from the Hertha fans. Into the back post. Headed up into the air. Headed down. Comes all the way across the right-hand side here. Looking for a chance to shoot. Headed over by the defender. Elversberg just pushing Hertha further and further back. Meister getting his head in the way, heading it over. Aldarda. Boos and whistles from the Hertha fans so far. Hertha get control off of the corner. Good counter pressing though. Free kick to Hertha. Close. Did sort of get the ball, but can't really go through the back of the player to get it like that. This is not to specifically throw shade at Hertha fans or Hertha BSC, but this is a beautiful example of why Union are the club that vibe with my spirit, because always as a sports fan and especially as a kid, I always believed that the best time to cheer for your team was when they were losing or struggling, because I figured that was when they needed the support the most. So to see, I mean, I do understand that it's been a hard time for Hertha and that they have obviously not performing very well for several years, problems on and off the pitch. But this is where, if we were at the first try and this was Union, they would definitely, the fans would be in as strong a voice, if not stronger than ever. But with the struggles here, we see that the Hertha faithful not exactly rousing their team. Although in that pause there, you could hear the capo getting the Hertha Ultras riled up, and now we're getting a good response from them. You can see the call and response between the Hertha fans chanting Hertha Berliner. The Hertha with a little spell of possession. Big switch out to the left-hand side, but easily cut out by the defender, and Elversberg will regain control. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the German Football Fan Club. We're going to be covering a couple of German matches today. Got Hertha BSC against Elversberg from the Zweite Bundesliga right now, and then immediately following this, we have one of the games of the season. Hamburg HSV hosting St. Pauli in the Hamburg derby. Also, HSV's season home opener. First match of the Volksparkstadion this season. So it should be a very special atmosphere in Hamburg tonight. Probably one of the absolute uh, top events of the German football calendar. Hamburg derby, always something special, and we will get a look at that this evening. Right after this game, which has just passed 30 minutes. Elversberg lead, getting a goal about 5 minutes in from some major errors in the back for Hertha. Todd playing out from the back. Clearance blocked, and some poor goalkeeping to be beaten at the near post. And aside from that, Elversberg have been largely controlling the game so far, and playing through Hertha's pressing quite effectively, as we see here now. And to his right, steps inside, a run over, but it's definitely shoulder to shoulder. So clean challenge in the end. Probably should have just taken the risk of shooting on his right. Took the ball back into danger on his left foot there. Elversberg controlling again. Not usually one for these kind of stats, but I would be curious to see the how quickly the two teams are winning the ball back after losing it, because I imagine Elversberg doing it much faster than Hertha in this game. Getting to every ball faster. Good ball through. Just saves the corner. Yeah, throw to Elversberg down in this near corner. Already have the ball back in play. It'll tank over the top. Look at the work on that left-hand side. Little dummy. Chance to shoot. Hits the post. Smashes it off the near side goalpost. Ball comes out again. He'll strike again, and he just misses wide. Oh, not afraid to take the shots. First tried to chip the goalkeeper earlier from the halfway line. Great dummy. Had the keeper beat at that near post going up top, but just smashed off the post and then quite wide on the roar's long shot after there. Hertha trying to get out in their own box again. Good for a way out. It's a big diagonal. Actually, not diagonal, just straight up the middle there. Elversberg win the second ball and go forward again down that left-hand side. Elversberg not just immediately trying to counter in transition. They're happy to be patient, but picking their moments well, and bringing the Hertha press onto them, and then playing through, and breaking the lines seemingly with quite a bit of ease, especially getting past that front line press. When Hertha press up on them, they often have one or two passes and they're through and running into the midfield and through the midfield with numbers. More loose passing from Hertha. I guess it was offside to Hertha. So throw into Hertha here. Hertha in the we're in the final third for a moment, but comes all the way out back to center field and center backs again. Cuisance on the right side there. Forced back again too. Good ball into the middle. Wheeling for the spot, and like didn't get a ton of power on it, but he did place it well into the bottom corner there. Good save by the keeper at full stretch. Touchdown, and it does look like he was gonna pick that corner. Hard to say, but well saved. Let's see if we can get it. Free kick down on that far side. Yeah, replay, I'll see. "35 minutes gone." Ball taken well over the top. Looked like a free kick. No, nothing given. Throw into Hertha. Got the... Look at that work there. Quick feet getting through about 5 Hertha defenders there. Down to the far side. See. Now a cross in from the left-hand side, but Leicester gets it away. A whiffed clearance takes it to the top of the box. Now it's smashed away. Or calm as you like, under control, gets away from the press, and a beautiful ball away, and Elversberg gain control again. Elversberg working through the lines on that left-hand side. Working tight space. Good little passing. They get it through the Hertha fence again, and great ball into the side netting. They're getting down the side of that defense, doing well. Every time it seems like Hertha push up 3 or 4 men to press, Elversberg just nick it right past them and are through into space. Shot there. Couldn't get his foot around it. Side netting. The Hertha fans with their own Hertha version rendition of Sway With Me, and sway they do. The fans making some entertainment for themselves, while Hertha not giving them much to sway about on the pitch. Fans will find the fun in it for themselves, as they often do. Elversberg just carefully and with great control, just working their way around the Hertha press. There's a free kick and a yellow card. Hertha as Gesta in the book. It was definitely didn't get the ball. Didn't look like the worst challenge, but I mean, we've also seen the precedent set, not that different than the yellow card that was given earlier. So it's 2 Hertha players in the book before halftime. Pretty love the banner there. Just spotted that, the banner between the first and second tier. The Hertha BSC gegen Investoren. That would be, again, my German's not perfect, but I would imagine that says Hertha BSC against investors, which makes sense. They may be investors in their club, but as is common in German football, the fans not particularly on board with the financial investors in their club. I'm sure that's not being particularly happy with this 777 investments. Haven't really done anything to engender the love of the Hertha faithful. Oh, they're having a grand old time down there on the Ostkurve. Swaying away. Love to get a wide shot again, but I imagine having got the one shot of the anti-investor banner, I don't imagine that we will get any more. It doesn't seem like the producers for the Bundesliga feeds like to show protest banners all that much. But we did love that wide shot. Great view of the whole stand swaying, but also a great shot of that protest banner from the Hertha Ultras. Elversberg down on this near side again. Great space to go all the way back. Backs. Chances well looking through. Got a man over on the left if they want to play it out into space there. The other way. Elversberg looking in control of the situation here. Looks so calm. Always wait until they get an option. There's almost always options. Double quickly Elversberg with picking up great positions for each other. Good good job by Leicester to get possession, but every time they move forward, it's just loose ball after loose ball. Puissance now. Let's see how long Hertha can hold on this time. Defuk. Got to get on the left side here. Nowhere really to go. Elversberg always providing players available to receive passes, but Hertha just cannot seem to get between the lines. Cannot get the ball in from their defenders into their midfield. And finally finds some space on the left-hand side. Cuts inside, though, and lays it across. Puissance on the right-hand side now. Then left, cross on his left foot, and just missed Sefik at the back post. Good thought, though. Good effort. Coach got some instructions for his team. Elversberg have definitely dominated pretty much all aspects of the game so far, but Hertha still only trailing by 1. And they will get corner off that. Puissance came across to take. Opportunity here for Hertha. Plays it all the way out to the edge of the box. Back to the far post, a little too far. Not the worst idea, but not very well executed, as have been most of Hertha's moves so far in this game. Elversberg come forward again. Quickly down the left-hand side here. Ball into space in the middle. Takes a long shot, but well saved by the keeper. Long distance shot. Maybe hoping the keeper would push it into play as his men, as the Elversberg forwards were making good following runs into the box, but the keeper held it well. Their center backs again struggling to work out of the defense and through the thirds into the midfield. See the 4-2-3-1 defensive shape from Elversberg doing a really good job of cutting out all the lanes for passing into the midfield, but a good give and go there, and Puissance will have the switch out onto the left. See if it a good touch. Cut inside. Tried to feed the pass through. Corner to Hertha. Some good work there to the defender there and force a corner. We're just tuning in. We're covering the Hertha BSC Elversberg game. Live community watch along here. We'll have HSV against St. Pauli right after this match. Approaching halftime here. It's 1-0 Elversberg. They have largely been dominating the game so far. Go! Jensen trying the overhead kick from the corner, but got under it, nowhere near to the target. 2 minutes of stoppage time we'll have here at the end of the first half. Not a ton of chances for either side, but Elversberg have definitely been the dominant team so far, both in possession, chance creation. Again, on the second ball from the goal kick, Elversberg control again, and coming away down this left-hand channel. Men flooding forward for Elversberg, come all the way across the right in tons of space. He's got the cutback. There it is. The shot deflects, and it'll take the edge off it, so an easy take for the keeper. We'll try and get the ball out quickly. Puissance. No one to pass to, no opportunities, no options. And the crowd getting on their case again. Good ball forward, good touch there. Takes the ball down. It'll be a throw to Elversberg. Nothing really quite nothing quite falling Hertha's way. A lot of it's been just bouncing balls and loose balls that they haven't been able to control. The throne, it's Hertha who will take control at midfield. Good ball down the right channel to the final third. Hertha on that far side there. Good for an angle to create a chance. Plays it back to center field, and that'll probably just about do it. That's it. They're out of time. Halftime. As the Hertha BSC booed off by their own fans at halftime. Expected goals just about the same as Hertha errors and poor goalkeeping is what is the difference. Elversberg have definitely dead. Apologies. 1-0 to Elversberg. Alright, so we're seeing the shot of the sunset over Berlin. Let's see a shot of the Elversberg away block there. Bring in their banners. Little traveling little traveling block there for the away Elversberg. They'll be quite pleased with what they've seen so far. They're only up 1-0 so far, but they have definitely dominated this game pretty comprehensively. Granted, there we go. There's the Ostkurve Hertha BSC Gegen Investor, and I love that. So we're solidly into the halftime break. Shot of the traveling Elversberg fans there. Heading off to grab their beers. Even guess maybe for TV rates, they probably are at commercial right now. Kind of surprised that they would freeze on the leaving us with the stadium shots. Surprised they're leaving it on the Oscar Herta's protest banner against investors. So make the switch to the sunset shot there. So far in the first half, after 45 minutes, it's Elversberg 1, Hertha BSC 0. Elversberg pretty comprehensively controlling the game. Not total domination, but just smooth, calm control of the game. Every time they get the ball, looking confident, looking calm, looking in control. Every time Hertha getting the ball, they look. They don't really have any ideas of what to do. It's really struggling. Oftentimes, when they have been getting possession, they've just been passing around amongst themselves at the back. Hertha having real difficulty breaking the lines, especially breaking through the lines into the midfield. But checking my everything's still running smoothly. All right, but yeah, the main success for Hertha in actually getting forward has mainly been in playing balls out wide into the to the spaces on the wing, particularly at the diagonals from their left side defense to the right side. Michael Cuisance has made most of the opportunities for Hertha when they've had a few, peeling off on that far side and cutting in on his left to get crosses in. Not really pick anyone out so far. Hertha not with any real clear-cut opportunities. Elversberg with a few, capitalizing on Hertha's stakes, building out from the back, but not not really creating a whole ton of clear-cut scoring opportunities. Most of the opportunities they have ended in shots high and or wide, but looking very confident, not looking particularly threatened by Hertha. Second goal for Elversberg, you feel might just be enough to put it all away already. But gonna pause for 1 second here, just mute myself to see something, see if this works. Okay, just making sure that my audio was working fine, because YouTube is telling me that my audio isn't on, but it is, so that's it. Just gonna see real quick. Make sure I have got it right. Dual relation here. Well, which I really cannot. Let's see. Yeah, so that banner that they're letting us admire with these long crowd shots during halftime. East curve Hertha BSC against investors. So I would imagine, like a lot of German football fans, not appreciating the outside money, which I understand and agree with. But it is interesting because this is probably a good example. Good turnout from the Hertha fans, but not exactly a great turnout from the Hertha team. And like more money is getting poured in, or maybe not poured in, but the way having investors coming into the club, particularly again 777 investments, not well received by the fans. And That's also probably fair because it's one thing to invest in a German club and make them successful. Most fans still wouldn't particularly like that because it goes against the culture, and I certainly appreciate that. I'd be on board with that way of looking at things. But to invest in a German club and make them steadily, systematically worse is definitely not going to endear you to any German fan base or German fans in general, and that seems to have been the trajectory for Hertha. The more outside investment and the more turnover and turmoil from those investments, the worse the situation gets for the club, both on and off the field, and the fans clearly not here for that. Just got a few more minutes here before the second half starts, so I'll just take a quick break and rejoin you in a couple of minutes. we go. Well, apparently I was muted the whole time because my mute button doesn't work, so I stayed muted instead of becoming unmuted. But welcome back to the German Football Fan Club. Second half here underway. 2 minutes gone between Elversberg and Hertha. Hertha have started strong with a little more aggression and some excellent pressing high up the pitch, but Elversberg just getting their first attack down the other end. And it was a great save by Ernst to stop Elversberg from scoring on their second attack, or first attack of the second half. See if good win there by Safrick in the air. Here to come forward, a little bit more composure, doing a good job to hold on to the ball and fight off Elversberg challenge. Cuisance will hold possession, and good job to keep the ball for Hertha. Ball into the middle. Ernst will get there and to maintain possession. They're trying to triangulate the man on the ball, but Hertha doing a good job getting away into the midfield down the left-hand side. A lot more composure from them so far in the second half. Just 3 minutes here into the second half here. Hertha looking better, but Roar across well to snuff that one out. Chance down the near side here. Cuisance looking to get into position to cross on his left foot, but a very, very poor cross in at the near post. Out, and Hertha will win it. Not a lot of success winning those second balls and knockdowns for Hertha in the first half. Doing a lot better already in the second half. Good job to shift the ball and get a pass forward, but it was well cut out. It's Elversberg come back the other way now, and it's taken away, but both sides showing a little more eagerness here to progress the ball forward. Think around the corner, but Elversberg get there and clear it out. After putting the pressure on, throw in at center field for them. If you're just joining us, welcome to the German Football Fan Club. My name's Kevin. This is my one-man football community project. You're watching Hertha BSC against Elversberg in the Zweite Bundesliga, Friday night game in the Zweite Bundesliga. Nuremberg and Paderborn also underway at the moment, but the Zone not wanting to make full use of their Bundesliga, Zweite Bundesliga rights in Canada, so we've got just the Hertha Elversberg game. 0-0 in Nuremberg anyway. Elversberg scored 5 minutes into this match. Hertha getting caught sloppy, playing up from the back, and Elversberg taking full advantage. Arguably a goalkeeping error on the goal, beaten a tight angle at his near post. Elversberg dominated the first half, but a sort of calm and casual kind of way, not endlessly putting the pressure on Hertha, but just quietly controlling the game. And here come Hertha now. Into space. Cuisance has a man loose on the left there. But he just kicks it out for a goal kick. A little bit sloppy there from Hertha, creating a good chance off that turnover. We're making a point that shoe missing. Perhaps there was something of a foul there, but it looks like it's someone on the coaching staff, one of the technical staff there, getting a card from the referee. Yeah. He did certainly catch him. Just about. The replay after replay of the nick on the heel. Loving that Hertha banner behind their goal there between the first and second tier. Let's curve Hertha against the investors. Thanks for the question, Oro. Yeah. This is a Zweite Bundesliga match. Yeah, this is the second division. Hertha still hanging out down there. Actually, Hertha at the bottom of the second division so far. Only Nuremberg further down. So unfortunately, not so fortunate as to have two Berlin clubs. Would love a Berlin derby this season, but this is a Zweite Bundesliga match. Yeah. Thank you for asking. We do have, of course, the Hamburg derby coming up right after this match ends. So proper first division derby coming up. Haha. Oro says love the Pauli kit. Thank you. I I'm actually an Union Berlin fan, but I do love St. Pauli. They were one of the clubs that brought me uh, back into German football. I grew up as a Bayern Munich fan because that was what my family was, and then I spent some time away from German football. And when I came back, St. Pauli showed me more of the fan culture side of it. I loved the rebellious, do what they want to do attitude of St. Pauli. Um, but as I sort of decided what I wanted, like because I came back to German football and I wasn't really sure at that point what it was that kept drawing me back, and through St. Pauli, I got to learn a lot about German fan culture and what to me really makes German football special. The fans, the culture, the atmosphere, the traditions, and I love St. Pauli's attitude. But ultimately, I found my way to Union Berlin because while I admire St. Pauli and their ethics and ethos and that they lead with their heart, I kind of wanted to get away from the politics of it, and so I certainly appreciate that St. Pauli lead with their heart, but I like that Union, as opposed to being a political club, are a club that are just who they are, and they're proud to just be who they are, and it's not really about politics; it's about their local community. And while I'm not from Copenhagen, so I'm definitely a foreign outsider fan to Union, as I fell back in love with German football. That was the club that I aligned with. But always have some love for St. Pauli. I think they're a credit to German football, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the Hamburg derby this evening. To me, probably the best city derby in German football. Probably one of the best city derbies in European football, and such a pleasure to have HSV HSV back in the first division this season. Um, if this had been a few years ago when Hamburg went down, I probably would have been fully behind St. Pauli. I would still say I probably like them a little bit more than HSV, but I've come to appreciate come to appreciate the dinosaurs, come to appreciate the um, traditional clubs of German football. I love the rebellious spirit of St. Pauli, but I've also come to appreciate the old school traditional ways of HSV as well. So it'll be such a great match this evening, such a great atmosphere. I'm really looking forward to seeing the clash of football and culture between the two. That's really great. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for all the comments and the questions. I think St. Pauli are a really excellent ambassador for German football, because obviously, they're their own thing. They are quite unique. I do really love that they really have a clear identity. And whether people love or hate that identity, I'm glad that there's such a loud and proud, like, we are what we are. Ironic, given that that is actually Bayern Munich's storied motto. Um, but I really love St. Pauli as an ambassador for German football. I think being so loud and proud, they really show a lot of what is best in German football, because I hear a lot of people talk about like England, the Premier League is by far the best league in the world, and it always comes down to me, like, I don't have anything against English football per se, but I would just say that the Premier League has the most money in the world, and I think that St. Pauli to me shows why German football is the best in the world, and it's not to take anything away from any other leagues, but oh, here's a chance. Let's see if Elversberg can make it two. Oh, easy as you like. That was Elversberg all through this game so far. Just making it look easy going through the Hertha defense. That should, I imagine, just about do it with the way this game has been going. I'll come back to your comment in just 1 second. That was Elversberg have been doing such a good job of closing off the midfield and just not letting Hertha get through the lines. Onside. Really good composure. And perfect finish there. Late getting tracked. I have a question actually for you, Oro. Are you watching along with the game, or just checking in on this watch along? And do you have the are you watching the feed of the game? Oh, chance right away. Ah, good answer. Good answer. Yeah. Very good answer. Dishes till then. Yeah, that's me a lot too. I usually will be washing my dishes with my phone with some match on, whatever match is on, and then yeah, sit down for the big one. So that's good to hear. I was thinking of originally just covering the Hamburg derby, but I saw that DAZN was covering the. Originally, I thought they were going to be covering the Nuremberg game, but at the last second, I saw last night that only the Hertha game. But I am building this channel because I am really passionate about German football, and particularly German football fan culture. Oof, rough. Oof, hard tackle there. But especially because I saw like I started planning this back in like April, May, and starting to figure out what I wanted to do. Because I really believe that like German fan culture and like German football culture is something special, and is really a way to show, like, it's something that I think a lot of football fans all over Europe and all around the world can look at and see what it means for fans to have power and fans to have influence in their game and to keep their culture like centered in the football. Because you look at a lot of leagues, or particularly around Europe, I mean, England would be the obvious one that comes to mind, and so much of it is about, like, again, it's about the money, but it's also about turning football into a lowest common denominator, entertainment product. And I mean, like, that's fine for people who want that. That's fine. But I feel like most other sports already have had that done to them, or that's the route that they have taken. And for me, that's why German football is special, because the fans still have the 50+1 rule. They still have fan ownership. And so it allows for culture and tradition and ultras and tifos and choreo to have a place. That is so good to hear, Oro. What I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm very, very pleased to hear that you guys have the 50+1 ownership model there. Um, I think a lot of smaller teams, like new teams, grassroots teams, especially teams that either are founded by fans or like have a really strong fan involvement from the beginning, are starting to look to Germany and see like, we don't want this to be just some, another like corporate sports team. We want this to be something for us. We want this to be something where the fans have a say, because otherwise it could just be, any other sport, any other league. And I think that football really is the sort of the biggest global social connector that we have. And so to be able to create spaces within like the football community, to create clubs, to have leagues where the fans uh, can take ownership of it, and have a say and have control. Even, and it doesn't have to be total control. Like there have been some models where the fans have been given all the control, and it doesn't really work that great sometimes because they don't necessarily have good administrators, and like the idea is good, but the execution can be very poor. So that's why I like 50+1, because it creates a little bit of tension in that like you have one side of it that is looking after it as a club and as a business, and you have one side of it that's looking after the heart and soul. And I'm really, really pleased to hear that you have that in your local team, and that it really resonates with the fans. Have you like do you follow your local team much? Do you follow any like other European leagues or MLS or anything like that? Just want to say again, I really appreciate your stopping to chat with me. This is your oh, and there's a chance for Elversberg again at the top of the box. Got Hertha pushed all the way back. Man, Elversberg just swarming all over Hertha. That'll be out for a corner for Elversberg. Like to take another opportunity here to thank you for chatting with me here. So, definitely a lot more interesting for me to have even one person in here to chat with. It makes it a lot of fun. So you're actually the first person that's not a relative of mine who's found one of my streams and actually stopped to chat. So it means a lot. I really appreciate that, and it's really good to hear that. Like I'm very pleased to hear that St. Pauli and their fan culture has got you into the Bundesliga. I think they're such a great example of what is to love about the Bundesliga the most, and so I'm so glad that you found them and that you found the Bundesliga through them. Especially because a lot of people now seem to be finding German football through like there's the new English language media rights in the UK and stuff, so they're finding it through people who don't really know much about German football culture and German football history and stuff. And like, I'm not really an expert. I'm more of like a romantic looking to learn as much as I teach. But I appreciate that you've come to the Bundesliga through the fan culture, uh, and not just through like, oh, RB Leipzig create lots of talented players, or Bayern Munich are really, really good. I've a great appreciation for someone who came to the league through the fan culture side of it in a club like St. Pauli. That's certainly fair. It's a sort of a similar situation here as well. Like I live in Winnipeg in the middle of Canada, and like we do have a local team here, Valor FC, that play in the Canadian Premiership. Um, but it's not exactly an inspiring operation. Um, I'll give credit to the fans. There is at least one fan group, and like at least in the early days, they did do fan marches. They created their own little distinct, like curva, as you might say. They call it the trench. I do certainly appreciate that, but knowing some people sort of around the club, it seems like it was kind of more of a afterthought marketing project for the Canadian football team that owns the like Valor FC soccer team. And they've never properly invested in the club. They don't really seem to care to promote them much at all. And so we have like a 30 odd thousand um like American style, like Canadian football stadium, but Valor only usually gets between maybe 500 and 1,000 um, uh, spectators, of which maybe 50 to 100 are like people who come, to cheer on the team and make the atmosphere, and most of the rest just come to, drink a beer and eat a hot dog and watch a sporting event. So I definitely appreciate the I certainly appreciate that you support again that you support the fan side of it, that you go to city matches and not really to San Jose Earthquake. Um, yes, exactly. That's and that was like when I was young. I didn't I grew up a Bayern Munich fan. But growing up in Canada, like I was born in Germany, but I grew up in Canada, and so like for me it was more ice hockey and like Canadian football, American style football, NFL, CFL. Um, and for me, like when I'd go to games, like as a kid, it's I just I wanted to go and cheer on the team, and like basically like German fans, like St. Pauli fans, like Union fans. It was like when the team is behind, that's when I want to cheer the most. I want to, when they're losing or they're struggling is when they need the fans the most, was what I always thought. Like I had experiences of basically being told to, like, as a kid, being told to like shut up and sit down by fans at like hockey games and stuff like that, and that was really quite shocking to me, because just like as a kid I just assumed like you go and support your team. Like I was so confused that I was told to sit down and be quiet. And as you say, grassroots, like that's, I feel like if you have a grassroots club or grassroots leagues, even with something like the Bundesliga and the Zweite Bundesliga, like even with the big clubs, it's still grassroots. You have Bayern Munich having the meetings, like their general membership meetings, and you have thousands of members, basically like shouting down the senior leadership at Bayern, because they're talking about brand or like partnership deals with Qatar Airways and weakening the 50+1 rules. And even at a club as big as Bayern, the fans and the ultras are like, absolutely not. That's not what German football is about. Bayern Munich is about excellence and winning and all of those things, but it's not about selling out the soul of the club or selling out German football. And so when I was a kid, and I was growing up in North American sports, I was kind of confused as to like what it was about sports that really attracted me, because like for me it was supporting the teams, and you go and you support the team, and that's what it's about. It's about being there for the team and being there for each other and enjoying the atmosphere. And it turned out that a lot of North American sports was you go there and you sit quietly and watch things happen, and you cheer when you're expected to cheer. And so anytime I see, whether it's a small like San Francisco City, whether it's or SF City, um, obviously St. Pauli, Union Berlin, that sort of thing, or even just like smaller fan groups of like I appreciate the fan group for my local team. Um, but it's tough when you have good fan groups, but you have absolutely no effort or desire from like the management and the owners to actually make anything of it. Um, I'd even considered like contacting Valor FC, like the local team, and being like, "Can I be your fan outreach? Can I do something to like?" Because like there's so many better examples of like football culture and what you could do with this project. But it just really seems like it's just kind of marketing for their other sports teams. Did you oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, it's so ugly to see that. I really like to me, football is such a microcosm of the world at large. Yeah, exactly. American sports life, eh? I mean, because you even like to see that, you can even see that. Like, I don't follow the NFL that closely. I don't know how closely you do, or even just by sort of osmosis of living in the States. But just even peripherally, like seeing even some of like the NFL franchises being moved around and stuff like that. Um, if I remember correctly, the Oakland Raiders got moved, which is to me is just shocking because I mean, again, it's kind of like think what you will of the Raiders. The Raiders fans obviously had a bit of a mixed reputation, as it were. But it's just that's one of the things again why like German football is so appealing to me because like Germany has a really strong culture of just clubs in general. Like the Verein culture in Germany is basically like the underpinning of all German social structure pretty much. And because of that though, that means that these German clubs like especially too because you can even see like even the banner there, Hertha Berliner, like Hertha BSC is Hertha Berliner Sports Club. Like it's not even just a football club. Like Bayern Munich competes in something like 40 or 50 other sports other than football. And like so it's the idea of like taking, for example, like a Bayern Munich or an Union Berlin or a St. Pauli and like franchising them and like just moving them out or replacing them with another team because, political donations or what have you is just so. Oh, I'm realizing my scoreboard's actually out of date here. Change that. Uh, like the idea, especially again because of 50+1, the idea that like fans. Oh man, wow, that's really brutal. That's really brutal to have like all all the like man, three major franchise in 8 years. That is really really brutal. But as you say, amazing fans. So maybe in a sense, this might be a. I mean, I hate to say it because like I would hate it if all of my city's sports franchise moved away. I think that's really gross, and oh, it's very very sad to hear and to see, and it's sad how much more it's happening over and over again. Oh, just wow. Bad to worse for Hertha. They have a second yellow for Gesche, and he'll sent off in the 77th minute. That's yeah, yeah. That would probably, honestly, that probably would help. The Jets. It was nice to get the Jets back in the sense that like it really brought the city and the community together in a way that like we hadn't really seen since they had left. But it really kind of sucked the oxygen out of the sports scene other than the Jets. And for quite a few years, that was really all then like. And it's funny too because like our Canadian football team, who I'm not actually personally a fan of because my family's from Saskatchewan, not from Manitoba originally. So the Winnipeg Blue Bombers football team is the local team. I'm a fan of Saskatchewan Roughriders from the province next door, from where my dad's from. Uh, but even then, like the Bombers were winning championship after championship, and I still feel like it what didn't mean quite as much. It wasn't quite as big of uh, like it wasn't such a big thing as I would have expected because they hadn't won the championship in like 30 years, and then suddenly they were winning it like every year. But like the final of the Canadian Football League isn't until after the National Hockey League has started again, and so I feel like it took a lot of wind out of the sails of like the community getting around the Bombers for all of their titles because I was like, oh, we got Jets games to watch. Early season gets Jets games. But I mean, I'm not being a hockey fan anymore. I wouldn't say no to the Jets leaving if that would make the Valor bigger. I was gonna say though, I wonder whether maybe it might be maybe a bit of a blessing in disguise for Oakland that that all of the big franchise left because like I would never wish that on any community to have all of their sports, all of their major sports teams leave. Especially, the Raiders. I don't know American sport that well. Like personally, I did follow the NFL at times. Like I generally follow sports, broadly. But the Raiders in particular, like that one to me is crazy. Like the Raiders had one of the most iconic teams in the NFL, in my opinion, and probably the most iconic fan base in the NFL. And to take that away is just shocking. And then to also like the Warriors were doing great. Like the A's are an iconic baseball team for sure. But the silver lining maybe is that teams like San Francisco City or SF City FC, maybe it's a bit of a reboot and hopefully because you have amazing fans in the Bay Area, hopefully it will give all of these smaller local fan-centered clubs a chance to grow in a way that they would have never been able to grow under the shadow of the Raiders and the Warriors and the A's. It's exactly like you say, if the Jets left Winnipeg, I bet Valor would get a big boost because that would take the giant sun on which all sports in Winnipeg orbits around out of the picture. And people always have a desire for sports and to be sports fans and to be involved. So to maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to work on a get the Jets to leave campaign. Although that'd probably make me not particularly popular, as the Jets popularity wanes. I feel like I'd probably get run out of town before the Jets would. It's so good to talk to you, though. I'm very pleased to like. I wasn't sure you are actually the first person who I've done. I think this is my fifth stream now, Watchalong stream, and you're the first person to have stopped and chatted with me. And I didn't know who I'd attract, whether it be English speaking German, like Germans, because it's their leagues, or whether it would be North Americans, because of if literally even just because YouTube would maybe corner me into that market because of my geography, or whether it be English fans who are getting introduced to the Bundesliga through the new rights deals, but maybe looking for something more than the people with the rights deals, because I don't know how much you know about that space, but Mark Goldbridge got Friday Bundesliga streaming rights, the first YouTuber to get actual like match coverage, match stream, rights. And like I appreciate that he has built a large football community, but it's painful as someone who loves German football to listen to him talk about German football because, in my opinion, he doesn't know anything, which is perfectly fine, and he'll learn. Like I'm not trying to throw shade at him or anything. I appreciate what he does to build, football community and whatever. But I figured it might be useful to be in this space in case there's anyone who wants to examine and explore the more the fan side of German football, because like I think German football on the pitch is great, but I think it's everything that happens around German football that is the best. You know, they have great stadiums, they have great ultras, they have great atmospheres. Like, have you ever watched the Hamburg derby before? It's been a bit hit and miss because of the teams being in different divisions. Like you said that you just started following St. Pauli this back and actually make sure that I'm following Bundesliga for the first time this year. Oh, okay. Have you ever seen like any of the major like rivalry matches in Germany before? Yeah, yeah. That well, I'm glad you at least know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, I think a perfect example of to me again, like, and because this is like, I really don't mean to take any shots at Goldbridge. I think he's really good at what he does. Um, I don't think he's really not like, you know, about the fan culture side of it. He's about the football, you know, the news, the transfers, you know, that sort of stuff. But that's totally fine. He's good at what he does. I like listening to him, you know, even if it's just to make me a little clearer on what I want to do with my channel and my project. But that is so true. And I mean, I saw um when he first got the rights and he was talking about like, oh, I have to go buy some jerseys, you know, to basically to dress my set. And I said to my partner, I was like, because he had a Leverkusen jersey was the first one he showed, and then I was like, I guarantee you the other two he's gonna get are Bayern Munich and Leipzig, and lo and behold, Bayern Munich and Leipzig, and I'm like, man, that's literally like you got Leipzig, the universally hated team in Germany that like no self-respecting German football fan has any love or respect for whatsoever. You have Bayer Leverkusen, who are the factory 11, the literally Bayer Pharmaceuticals club team, both of which are not really compliant with 50 plus 1 per se. And then you have Bayern Munich, who are both the most loved and hated club in Germany. I mean, I'm sure Leipzig is now the fully most hated club in Germany. Um, but Bayern is the last one who, you know, they are the most well known, but they're also the club arguably most well known for actively undermining 50 plus 1 and trying to get more money and investment into German football in a way that German fans don't appreciate. And then you have Goldbridge be like, I gotta dress my set with these jerseys of the most hated club, the second most hated club, and literally the company club, the Bayer Leverkusen. So that to me was right away like I don't think this guy knows anything about this. So yeah, learning Serie A from a Real fan. But I mean, I guess in a sense, it's probably going to be advantageous to me because he will bring more eyes to the Bundesliga and many more eyes than I could ever bring to the Bundesliga, or at least certainly could bring until I've got this project a lot more up and running. I am very excited for you to see the Hamburg Derby this evening. I mean, I guess actually for all the way out in San Francisco, it'll be a late morning. I mean, that's fair though. It's especially living in the States, I imagine, and because like it's sort of similar in Canada. Like I imagine there's probably decently good, you know, you get like ESPN Plus or whatever, and you can get the German matches. But I mean, it's very similar to me. Like, I've been following German football for, again, like on and off for my entire life. But like, I came back to football properly in 2018, 2019. Um, and like, I'm still learning all sorts of new things, like pretty much every day. Like, I recently learned that apparently the most fiery and I mean, it was described as the largest hate derby in German football. So, like, it's the most fiery, angry, passionate. I hateful, I guess you might say, derby in Germany is actually apparently Eintracht Braunschweig and Hannover 96, who are in the second division and will face each other in a couple months. Uh, and I followed German football for years now, and I had never heard of that being, you know, the most like fiery derby in German football. So I don't begrudge you at all, especially too because like with the coverage that there is, like I remember watching ESPN FC on and off, and like their coverage of the Bundesliga was basically Bayern Munich and Dortmund, and they really didn't. Like even when they're being a Union Berlin fan a couple seasons ago, they were at I think first in the league after like 7 weeks. Didn't even get a mention on ESPN FC. Didn't mention them getting a big win to send them top of the table, anything like that. So I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm here for, because like I don't begrudge anyone who doesn't know much about German football or German football culture or rivalries or anything like that. Um, Especially because it is kind of my opinion too that there isn't any real great desire, even from like the German Football Association and stuff, to emphasize anything other than the Bayern Munichs and the Dortmunds of Germany, as it were. I don't think that the German Football Association really wants to lean into the fan culture side. I think they also want to go the route of turning it into like a lowest common denominator, like sports entertainment product. So even they don't do a very good job of like selling to me the best part of it, the culture. Um, but I'm so excited for you then. If you've never seen a big German derby before, I literally could not name a better one for you. I mean, like Braunschweig Hanover will be interesting. It sounds like there's going to be restrictions on the fans that will kind of limit the intensity of it a little bit, but this is as good as it's going to get. The Hamburg derby is the best, in my opinion, the best city derby in German football and one of the best in all of European football, all of world football. I mean, it's probably not quite Boca River Plate. Um, that one is on a whole other level, but I'm so excited for you because this is really where fan culture shines. Like under the lights, Volksparkstadion, where it's going to be held, HSV Stadium is a huge modern stadium, but like with an old school feel. I think it's about 55,000. Um, Being a city derby, both sides are going to turn out in force. The whole, St. Pauli's Gästeblock is going to be completely full, and they didn't play last year because Hamburg was in the second division, St. Pauli were in the first division. But when I saw them 2 years ago, the derbies were just absolutely mad. There was like crazy pyro shows, or like pyro before the game. The entire St. Pauli end lit up with flares. The entire Hamburg Ultras end set up lit up with flares. There's gonna be. I mean, I don't know for sure. That's we'll have to see what exactly they do, but I would be shocked if both sets of fans don't have gigantic, tifos or choreos. The atmosphere is going to be amazing. Hamburg is Weiss. I agree. And it's really nice for them to, with the history of this, because Hamburg have always been the big club of well, basically, they've always been one of the big clubs of Germany but of course, they've always been the big brothers of Hamburg, and St. Pauli have always been sort of the noisy neighbors. And for once, it's actually going to be St. Pauli should arguably be the slight favorites, even though it's Hamburg at home, because Hamburg, after 7 years in the second division, they're the ones who are they're the ones who are going to have to prove that they belong this year. I mean, St. Pauli just barely survived last season, but through phenomenal defending, that was enough. So they secured their spot, their proper first division this year, not to the new kids, and it'll be interesting to see a Hamburg derby where Hamburg are arguably the underdogs. Have you ever heard of there's a YouTube channel called Copa 90, and they had a series called Derby Days, where they would go around and do, it was like almost kind of like a travelogue, sort of like parts unknown kind of like cultural look into these big derbies. And so they actually did an episode for the Hamburg Derby a few years ago, and it's really really quite interesting. Yes, yes, excellent. I actually meant to go back and watch that episode before the game today. I just didn't have the time, but I'm definitely going to go back and watch it after the weekend. I wouldn't be surprised too, because of course that was the year they did that. They was I want to say the first year that Hamburg went down. I think it was their first the first Hamburg derby in the second division. Uh, and so it should be like that was an intense derby. And especially with Hamburg coming down, having a chip on their shoulder, being out of the first division for the first time since the formation of the Bundesliga. But I think even now, with the extra shine of it being the first top division derby in 12 years, it's just going to be unreal in Hamburg tonight. Which actually reminds me, as this game rounds out, Elversberg quite comfortably walking away with us. I mean, that punching a cowboy fan in the parking lot, that is I would say probably some Boca River energy. But it is cool, isn't it? It's great to be able to show fans of other sports what German football, or sorry, what football culture. And I mean, if you were going to show someone who's not a like not a soccer fan, not a football fan already, uh how mad football rivalries could be, you couldn't have picked a better one than Boca River. And Derby Day's video on that was great too. That was really, really comprehensive. It's interesting that you should say that though too, because that's also that seems to be the impression that a lot of people have when I share like football culture. Uh, People just are so shocked that anyone takes sports that seriously. But it's wild because it seems like outside of North America, it's actually more kind of the norm than the anomaly. Because it just makes me think of oh, chance for Hertha. Just about do it. It reminds me of like when I learned about sports in like Greece and the Balkans and stuff like that, and learned about like the like what was it, like the Serbian rivalries, like the football derby between Red Star Belgrade and Partizan Belgrade, which is about as intense as it gets. And then I learned about Greek football and like the Thessaloniki derby between PAOK and Eris. And then when I learned about like those, I was like, wow, this is on a whole other level. Like this is crazy. The pyro, the like, I mean, to be fair, some of those also do get quite violent, and there's actual like literal like running street battles outside the stadium and stuff. But then I thought like, okay, that makes sense though. Like it's football. This is something that's pretty established in football culture. You know, the crazy intensity, the flares, the whole works. And then I found out that they also do that for basketball and even volleyball in like Serbia, in Greece. It's just the craziest thing to see like these crazy choreos and tifos like in indoor stadiums for like European basketball. And like I guess it really isn't just football. I guess it's just, you know, it's about the way people take sports and not just the way people take football. But it is also funny too because like growing up in Canada with Canadian football and like growing up a Saskatchewan Roughriders fan, like yeah, we have our sort of Rider Nation is the sort of de facto name for the Saskatchewan Roughriders fan community. Lots of people from Saskatchewan move around Canada and move abroad, and so like even when I was backpacking in Europe, I would meet Saskatchewan Roughriders fans all over the place. And that was almost like a gateway in. That was like a little taste of like, sport as community more than as like just a consumer product. And I mean that's the thing too, is like the NFL is hyper consumeristic, as it were. Like it's a hyper. Oh, here we go. Got the Hamburg game up now. Arriving a little bit late. But yeah, like the NFL is about as corporate of a sports league as you can get, and yet like there are really great fan traditions like the tailgating and stuff like that. You could it's exactly the kind of thing you'd expect to see in German football, the pre-match traditions, the tailgating, all of that sort of stuff. And so even when you have like a hyper corporate league, the fans can still make it something for themselves. There's the big tifo from the Hamburg fans behind their goal on the right there. Excited to have this one just about ready to go. Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate you keeping the stream on. Don't worry about don't worry about chatting or anything. I'll look forward to having you back at halftime. But absolutely enjoy the match. If you do have any questions along the way, like again, I'm not like a super expert, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if they come up for you. Otherwise, just enjoy. Got the St. Pauli fans away to the left, the Hamburg fans to the right, and I'm so excited for you to have your first big German derby, and I hope you really, really enjoy. And I will hopefully see you at halftime. And I really appreciate you stopping in and chatting with me. Yeah, get myself set up here. Out to that one. Get the timer set up. Get everything ready to go. We're underway. This couple seconds ahead, I'll get that cleaned up. One moment. Oh, no, too early. 1 sec. Okay, up and running. Get the score change back over. St. Pauli not leading 2-0. The 0-0 and up and running. Both sets of fans in good voice early. Let's see by the huge banner there where the St. Pauli fans are, up in that far corner in the left there. St. Pauli in the black, going from left to right. Their fans up in the far corner there on the left-hand side, on the far side there. Hamburg in their traditional, huge shoulder barge there. See the physicality early. Gonna get a talking to keep things under control. Definitely gonna be, wow. Definitely in the back, but setting a tone early. Can expect a lot of that in the Hamburg derby. The referee wanting to get a grip on things early, though, otherwise probably afraid it might get away from him a little bit there. Early talking to the benches. Free kick to Hamburg. Not quite sure what happened there. Oof. No one's holding back here early. Like Hamburg's kit. The classic blue, white, black, and red, but I like the detailing on this one. A little bit more interest than just the usual straight sort of block blue and white. Good turnover. It's definitely going to be a super intense match. You can see both sides happy to get in physically early. Didn't see any didn't look like as a little bit of late arriving from the Elversberg Hertha game, which Elversberg won 2-0 quite comfortably in the end. Good ball in, get it over. Didn't see any pyro before the match, which you would normally I would have expected, but if any of the past Hamburg derbies are to go by, I wouldn't be surprised if we will see it probably after halftime. See the it looks like the St. Pauli fans overflowing the the fenced-in area in the corner there. For anyone who's not familiar with European football or German football, the the away fans generally caged in for probably for everyone's safety, but getting the fans up, keeping everyone separate. Germany not a particularly violence-prone football league, but definitely very intense fans, very passionate, especially for a match like this. Got a few people watching. If anyone is interested in chatting, I'd love to hear where people are watching from. If anyone are fans of any of the involved teams here. I do have my St. Pauli shirt on, Astra, but I'm actually, in fact, a Union Berlin fan. But I do love St. Pauli. I do love them as an ambassador of German football. So not having any HSV paraphernalia, figured in honor of the derby, I would go with the St. Pauli stuff. Don't think there'll be very many people pulling out of challenges in this match. The free kick to St. Pauli. Can see the they cut back to the wide shot. You can see the ultras passing in the background, folding up and carrying away the tifo there from before the match. For anyone who doesn't know, those big banners that are put up before the games, so you can sort of see them folding it up and carrying it away behind the goal there. Chance for chance for St. Pauli. Chance for now. It's a chance for a HSV on the break. For anyone who doesn't know, those big banners and the choreos and the tifos, everything that's done by the fans before the game, whether it's big banners, whether it's spelling things out with the placards by the fans, whether it's pyro with the flares and smoke bombs, all of that is done by the fans independently. The fan groups and ultras, they raise the money for it. They do all the technical work. They generally don't get any help from the clubs or any sort of material assistance, nor do they really want it. The fan clubs and the ultras tend to be very independent of the clubs and like the club leadership themselves. So everything you saw before the match here, the big tifo, the big banners, that was all done exclusively by the fans, almost certainly. I don't know particularly in this case, but it's general rule that all the German ultras and fan clubs plan, pay for, execute everything themselves independently, even independent of the club. And usually in a derby like this, we'll probably see another set of whatever you might want to. It could be another set of tifos, choreos, or I wouldn't be surprised. I would imagine we're going to have a big pyro show to start the second half. Both fans definitely known for their love of flares and smoke bombs. If anyone saw St. Pauli's match this past weekend at home to Dortmund, you know what a boisterous lot St. Pauli can be. Definitely more streamers and confetti to kick off the season at the weekend, but no strangers to choreos and pyro as well. Throw into Hamburg here on the near side. Good start so far, both sides getting into the game early. St. Pauli look like they're 5-4-1 in defense. You get there. I managed to keep it in, but just for the St. Pauli player. They're doing a good job to take early control of the game here. Not really too eager to push forward, but just, you know, kind of set their stamp on the game so far. Loose pass there. Then Pauli a little more direct here. Good job by Sani there, keeping it in. A little shove in the back now. More touching of the face. I don't know about that. We'll see if he caught him there. Well, it hurt a little bit. Definitely a little bump on the side of the head there. I'm not really sure that that would be chat for the referee. Not sure about that, but carries on. Speaking about pyro a moment ago there, I can see that the Hamburg fans have broken out the flares here. The Bundesliga producers don't usually like to show too much of that. It doesn't seem like. It just got a peek of it there as we cut to the wide shot. Here comes Hamburg. Loose pass again. And a foul. Lots of little nitty-gritty fouls here. Taking some liberties with each other. Just noticing the floating homes ad. I don't usually care too much about the ad boards, but I guess that would be something sort of probably distinctly Hamburg, the port city with the floating homes. kind of intrigued by that. Game kind of getting caught up in the midfield a little bit here. But there's a good ball over the top. Well defended to Riga, the Bundesliga veteran. Good tackle, but it just falls well to Hamburg. Headed off well. Good defending. Just about got his foot on it. Away for a Hamburg corner, though. Yeah, corner here from the near side. Into the ball, into the box well, but easily cleared by Pauli in the end. All the way back to Hamburg's keeper. Going to draw Pauli out a little bit. Or to Torunariga, the center back still forward for Hamburg from the corner. Offside, I would imagine. Well, there, but it's got to be offside. And Pauli will restart us here. And Pauli now taking some time to control the ball. Get their claws into the game a little bit here. Get away and we'll go throw on the near side. Real quick. Here. So the Elversberg game did end 2-0. Nuremberg and Paderborn 0-0, so maybe dodged a bullet by not having that one accessible on his own this morning. Or this afternoon, I should say. Evening in Germany. Couple 0-0 games already this season. Elversberg game a little bit more entertaining. Brilliant atmosphere here from both sets of fans. Just by sheer number of fans, I'd imagine it is almost certainly the Hamburg fans you can hear right now. I do like that, I don't know, it's probably common in sport, but I just feel like it's especially noticeable in football and that the broadcasts have like positional microphones, so as we head down this end here, St. Pauli's end in the first half, you're more likely to hear the St. Pauli fans because they have the microphones in accordance with sort of where the camera is. So as we move towards the right-hand side of the frame, you'll be able to hear the Hamburg Ultras more clearly. And as we move towards the left side of the frame, you'll be able to hear the St. Pauli Ultras more clearly. Some more physicality there. Players getting knocked around, but referee plays the advantage as Hamburg still had the ball. No, another good ball. Did a good job to keep it in, but backspin takes it out. Getting a little bit of joy down that left-hand side on the near side here. There's Yusuf Poulsen, the longtime Leipzig player. Came up with them all the way through the divisions and finally making a move on from there to Hamburg this season. Oh, good turn around the defender. Holds off Torunariga, cross! Oh, just missed the man in the middle. That close to St. Pauli getting the opener. Best chance of the game so far to St. Pauli. Good job getting around the defender there. Holding off to Runariga, who goes down. Just missed his man through the middle there. Another good ball over the top again. Holding up well in the box there, Sinani. Another chance. Good little ball inside, back again. Look at the little passing from St. Pauli. Into the box, it'll deflect over. That should be a corner. Hamburg got the flares out again. Gonna see a lot of pyro in this match, I would imagine. The Harbor teams, the teams from Harbor cities in particular seem to have a love of the flares. Obviously, flares they're quite common, in the maritime circles. There's it got second flare up in the Hamburg end now. It's short, great ball in, and there it is. 1-0 to St. Pauli. Well worked. Now the fans you hear are definitely the St. Pauli ones. A Reaper Bond roar from the fans in the far corner there. Looked like he kind of caught his own teammate off guard, but look at that finish. Grappling with the defender. Gets his foot loose to redirect it on goal, and what a finish up into the near post. Keeper maybe should have done better, but difficult to react. Inside 20 minutes. The boys from the Milantoa have St. Pauli in front in the derby. They had been they'd been starting to push Hamburg back, starting to those had a couple of balls over the top there that were kind of the warning. Of course, it was one of them. It was that they created the corner that led to the goal there. Fans having a grand old time. Normally, I would say it's probably the St. Pauli fans that you can hear now, but whoa, there you can just got a quick glimpse. The Pyro is definitely out in the St. Pauli guest block in the corner there. Don't know if we're gonna get a better shot of it, but that St. Pauli end is definitely lit up. Good ball right down the middle. Free kick. Another player down holding his head. His arm just kind of riding up the shoulder of the Hamburg player. Nothing particularly untoward in that. What a finish. Just locked up with the defender, just stabbing at it with his right foot. A cool shot from the on-field view. See the flares behind the goal there. Pretty cool angle to see it from on the field. Hamburg gonna need to refocus here. Oh, look at the haven't had that many goals in my watchalongs lately. Still got to get used to getting that scoreboard updated. That Celtic Kairat game the other night really threw me off. Scarves up in the St. Pauli guest block in the far left corner there. Renriga trying that ball into the left channel again. Free kick. Interesting. There's an arm in the back from the ref there, but didn't look. Yeah, that's probably fair. Wasn't really a play on the ball. Move to cut off the defender from the blind side, so probably a fair decision there from the free kick. Just love all the flags. Love the color and the pageantry, especially for a derby like this. Love all those banners for all the different fan groups behind the goal there. If you're just tuning in, we're oh, it's gonna be a goal kick. Just tuning in, we're watching along the Hamburg derby, HSV and St. Pauli. 1-0 St. Pauli. Goal from the corner kick inside the first 20 minutes. Been pretty even so far. Hamburg sort of took control, casual control of the game early, trying to hold on to the ball, creating a few chances, but St. Pauli definitely worked their way back into the game. Been starting to get some pressure, put some balls over the top, put some pressure on the back line in the lead up to the goal. It's a good ball over the top that got them the corner. St. Pauli playing some waist-high passes between the defender and the keeper. Nice passes, man. He's in alone on goal. It's going to be called a foul. They put the ball in the net, I guess, just make sure. I mean, having been whistled dead, the ref won't... I don't know where the foul was in there. It probably should be 2-0 St. Pauli. I don't know where... It was Riga who was had his hands on the St. Pauli player. I don't see where the foul is there. He was just fighting off the Hamburg player, grabbing at him. Really bad luck for St. Pauli. That probably, if anything, it probably was a foul the other way, but certainly, probably, with the position he had too, getting through and having his man in the middle, that should have been 2-0 St. Pauli. Asfau getting away with one there, but a little too much talking back from Gotchalashvili. It's fair. It did look like it's probably a throw. But they're gonna there's a referee's directive this season that here we're gonna see again. There's absolutely nothing in that at all. He's running, he's got the edge on Torunariga. Torunariga is grabbing at him and falls down. That's really, really a really a shocking decision. Josh really having quite an extended conversation with the referee there. Which I kind of appreciate because it is a new directive this year from the officiating like the decision makers of the league. They did tell the officials to crack down on dissent, and so I do kind of appreciate the referee taking some time to talk to him about it, because oftentimes when you see those directives change, you'll get a few weeks, even sometimes a few months, where the players will just continue on like they were before. And so if he was giving him a little explanation of the change of how the rules are going to be administered, I actually do appreciate that, because I think it's probably a good idea to crack down on dissent a little bit. I mean, from what I've seen so far this season, it's going to be really low tolerance, but I've never really seen players talking to the referees change much. Good defending. So all it really does is kill time if you have all their players coming and getting in the referee's face. I've never seen the players make a get a ref to change a decision, so just keep things flowing. I don't really like to see players carded for dissent either, especially for like really minor dissent, but it'll be a bit of an adjustment period while they while the players get used to it. Gonna have to learn that they can't really say anything to the referees anymore because they're probably gonna get booked for it. And Watchalong learning that the hard way. Seen a few players carded for what looks like relatively minor dissent that wouldn't have got carded in the past, but it is a different situation this year, and the referees were told, it was made clear that there would be a major crackdown on dissent this season, and that is what we're seeing. This should be a good free kick opportunity for Hamburg. Oh, I guess throw in. Never mind. Did look like a clean tackle, and I guess it was a clean tackle. Be interesting to see if St. Pauli change much up. It seems like they're more or less, they're not really any less aggressive than they were. Still early on, obviously, so they don't want to back off too much. But it would be a little bit understandable if they take a few less risks. Although it is a derby after all. It is the derby after all. And a good turnover. Beautiful interchange from St. Pauli. Getting down that side. Good job defending and keeping the ball in. Turned right back over. No foul there. No foul there either. Ref says no push in the back. See here. There was a little bit of an arm in the back, but there wasn't really a push. I think he just felt the arm in his back and saw it as an opportunity to go down, trying to win a free kick up near midfield, take the pressure off. It'll be an interesting night for the referee. Derbies are always a tough affair to ref. Oh, headed down well. Grabbed by the keeper. Good defending. As the and so got another flare up in the Hamburg end. We'll see that all night. Seen a lot of matches so far this season. A lot of the attacks have primarily been coming down the left. A lot of teams seem to like to prioritize the left this year. St. Pauli making a lot of hay down the right in this game. A lot of their best opportunities. The corner that led to the goal all coming down that right side. Going after Turneriga in that one-on-one. The wide space on the right side. That'll be probably the battle of the match. The oh, I see. That's the okay. Gotcha. Seeing what I had there. And Tanji against Turneriga. That is probably the battle of the match on this near side. There's Turneriga now on the ball. Anyone just joining? Welcome to the German Football Fan Club. We will be covering. Oh, look at the ball in behind! Just a touch too far. Good thought though. Just a little bit too much on it. We'll be covering German football all season long on this channel. Watchalongs for every Bundesliga game. At least every Bundesliga time slot. Obviously, sometimes on the Saturdays we'll have multiple games, but we'll have a focus match and also have sort of a conference feel. We'll have the other matches on another screen, so you can keep an eye on all the German football all the time. We covered the second Bundesliga match before this one. Elversberg beating Hertha 2-0 in Berlin. Which we will be covering every single German Bundesliga match, getting as many of the cup games in as we can, and getting in Zweite Bundesliga games as coverage here in Canada allows. Um, only get about 3 Zweite Bundesliga games a week, and because of where I live in Winnipeg, the matches usually start at 6:30 a.m. here. I live in an apartment. I can't really do watch-alongs for those. But Friday games, perhaps, and also where possible, the Saturday top spiel from the late game, the 8:30 kickoffs in Germany. I will get as many of those as I can, but we'll be covering German football on this channel, watch-alongs for as many games as possible, and as you can see from our little calendar on the side there, always prioritizing German football watch-alongs here, but I do have secondary matches from around Europe. I love a good derby. I love great atmosphere anywhere you can find it. So we'll be covering all the German football, covering some Italian football, and some French football. Got some English football this weekend. Always German football first, but looking for the best atmospheres, the best derbies, and the best matches from around Europe as a supplement to our German football fix. Good chest down, second ball there. Berg with some space to work on this near side. More pyro going in Hamburg end. Greeneriga doing a good job bursting forward into the box. Probably should have cut inside. Well marshaled, good defending. Greeneriga, the veteran. If I remember correctly from the last Hamburg game I saw, he is the player. He has more Bundesliga appearances from his time with Hertha than the entire Hamburg squad combined outside of him. Obviously a key player for Hamburg. Whoa! A little bit dangerous there. Stumbled as he played the ball out. Third man move worked well though, and they get out. Though probably a handball there. Coincidental, but handball nonetheless. Torino be very, very key for Hamburg this season in general, but you can already see in this match, both defensively and offensively, very important from that left center back role. Goshalashvili trying to get the little extra energy from the fans. 35 minutes gone here in Hamburg. 1-0 St. Pauli. Goal from the corner kick right before the 20-minute mark. A chance now for Hamburg to create a good opportunity for themselves. Free kick on the far side. Wow. Terrible, terrible free kick. No one there but the goalkeeper uncontested. Good ball out in St. Pauli and tons of space on that left-hand side. Good switch, and just like that, they're on the right-hand side. Now, St. Pauli setting up well in the Hamburg end. Gets around. And another free kick for another hand to the face. And Sinani will go in the book. I don't know if for the foul or for what he had to say afterwards. Probably for the kicking the ball away afterwards by the looks of it. Doesn't even look at him as he gives him the yellow card. Just letting his hand get away from there. No real reason for him to be swinging his arms that wildly, but still a little bit tough for that. Hamburg player getting a talking to as well. Up and running again now. Hamburg definitely with ooh, yeah, definitely a foul there. Well, I think the talking tos about getting on the ref's case are starting to they're remembering. Came in for a word with the referee and quickly thought better of it. Taking on the apologetic retreat immediately. Referee not having any of it. Certainly not going to have it in a derby. Diving header by Turner. Yeah. Pass foul, regain control. A lot going through Torunariga. Doing a lot of progression of the ball down this left-hand side. Likes these little chips over the top into the down that near side channel. Reverse, but it'll come back to him again. Loose pass there. You're just tuning in. Welcome to the German Football Fan Club. Watching along the Hamburg derby here this evening. Then Pauli lead 1-0. A goal about 20 minutes in from a corner. It's being pretty evenly contested. Not a whole ton of chances so far. Excellent atmosphere from both sets of fans, though. You can see the see lots of smoke and flares from the Hamburg fans behind the goal there. And Pauli doing a good job of getting around the ball. You know, when they progress into the final third, the whole team comes with real quick. Set up their attacking structure very well. And there you go, around the corner. One-on-one with Torunariga. Blocked, but it comes back to Sampaoli. Go all the way out to that left-hand side. To go forward though, still have to go back. Good ball through. Pauli trying to work an angle. Good movement. Lots of good one touch passing around. Got the man loose on the left, but well tackled there in the midfield. Couldn't get away. Hamburg can find any joy down that right side. Taken away again. Pauli doing a good job of cutting out the... Oh, there's a good ball through the middle. One touch on. Making the run again. It's coming through to the middle. Oh! Ferrer Lage with a chance, alone in front, just stretching and touching it past the post. Like he was onside too. Or just runs away from the defender and just can't direct it in at that far post. But Sampaoli doing a really good job with those little 1-2 interconnects. They're doing a good job to just like touch the little passes around the Hamburg defenders into space. That kind of direct play down the wings is and the nice little interchanges is what has been the most productive for St. Pauli. And the kind of thing that Hamburg has not really been able to do very well when they've moved into the forward positions. They're not getting their players around the ball and getting these nice little interchanges. See if they can do it here now. Forced to go back again. Good job doing the splits, cutting out pass there. Maybe an opportunity there for St. Pauli to transition a little faster, but the lead, they don't need to risk it and expose getting caught between attack and defense. Ball out on the far side there. Well played in. up, but Amari will get there. Is it back to the keeper at about waist height? Well dealt with by the keeper there. Pauli coming forward again. Good little chip forward. Well defended, out for a throw in on that far side. Lynn headed away. Two minutes to go. Headed down. Throw an opportunity, and he's in behind the defense. He's got man over. Oh, just a bit behind Sinani. Torino is there. Ball forward. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Königsdorfer fighting with, not sure if that was Schmidt back there. Ref says they were mauling each other. I'd be surprised the St. Pauli are happy to just kind of maintain control, although he's got the man over on the right side here. Tried to cut it back. Torino cut it out well. Zanani lost the ball. Throw into Hamburg on the near side here. Good defending. Cut out, and St. Pauli looking up the field again right away. Flooding forward. Bit of a questionable choice there to take the shot with all those men rushing forward, but yeah. A good angle to see, but just couldn't get his foot around it. Could have been 2-0. Do kind of like the ref cam. It's cool to just get a on-field perspective of some of these events. We hit 45 minutes here in Hamburg. It'll just be one added minute. Like St. Pauli played all the way back. Looks like they'll probably be surprised if they're happy to just see this one through to the break, but never know. They have some excellent ability to go vertical. I wouldn't be surprised if he hits one more long ball looking for base, but you don't want to risk a loose ball that could give Hamburg anything to go into the second half with. Looks like St. Pauli will be happy to just pass it around for the remaining time. Oh, there it is. There's the ball over the top. Riga got knocked down again into the middle. Great defending right on the spot to knock it away there. Riga is was winning the early battles, having a lot of influence in the game, but he's starting to not get the they're starting to get the worse off there in his battle with Untaji. But that is halftime in Hamburg. It is 1-0 St. Pauli at the break. Deep in the expected goals, that's probably just about the right result between the two of them. Not even quite one expected goal between the two of them so far, but the advantage to St. Pauli, and that is exactly the advantage that they have on the scoreboard. 1-0. Not exactly the most open and flowing game, but certainly exciting. Both sides have mute the ads. Both sides have had periods of control in the game. Hamburg sort of going more the possession route, trying to maintain control and set the tempo in the match. St. Pauli a little bit more direct, very effective in transition, and you can sort of, I feel like you can see the plan with St. Pauli. As when Hamburg turn it over, they often are left with like really limited defensive numbers back, and St. Pauli have been pretty willing to transition quickly and try and get it back, get at that Hamburg back line pretty much right away. And that's where a lot of their joy is coming from. Those vertical balls into the channels, especially down that right-hand side. The battle between Taruna Riga and Huntanji on the near side here. St. Pauli's right, Hamburg's left. That has probably been the battle of the match. That was what led to the corner kick that gave St. Pauli the opportunity for their goal. That is where a lot of the action has been happening. Maybe a little bit. It's been interesting because it probably should have been 2-0 to St. Pauli when Huntanchi got the better of Taruna Riga down that right hand side. Taruna Riga was just kind of grasping at him and fell in the chase. And when he fell, Huntanchi was through, clear, had the man in the middle, played it across into the empty net, but it was given as a foul. Not really sure. Hey, Oro's back in the chat. Good to see you. What did you think of that first half? What do you think of your first big German derby so far? Good to have you back. Did the derby live up to expectations so far? Okay. Yeah, I would tend to agree. That was a tough one. I can't see how that was a foul. And I mean, he was because it's kind of like in those moments when the whistle goes early, you're kind of like, well, I don't know, maybe the other players gave up or whatever. But the man in the middle was so free that if that wasn't given as a foul, I mean, it would have been as easy a goal as it looked, I would say. Oh yeah, no kidding, eh? No kidding. Definitely loving the atmosphere. It's actually funny. A couple of years ago, I was lucky enough to go just to a friendly game. I went to Italy with my girlfriend for a little trip together, and on the end, we decided like basically at the last minute that we wanted to go to Berlin for a few days at the end of the trip, because it's a city that like we both really love and we've been a lot. And actually, while we were on the trip, we found out that Union Berlin were going to be hosting a friendly on the weekend we were there, only there for 3 days, and it was the only friendly that Union were hosting that summer. And so we managed to get tickets and like on the fly on our trip with the help of a friend in Berlin, and we're able to go to that match. And it's funny because like at the half, I was like, well, what would make this more complete than going and getting some beers, get to stand on the terrace, drink our beers, watch the German football. I spent the entire half in the beer line, and I was still about 20 people away from getting to the front of the beer line when the second half kicked off. I was just like, you know what? I'm here for the football, not for the beer, as much as it hurts me. So I just abandoned my place in the line and went back to the stands. But always feels like the one that got away, because I mean, if you're gonna go watch a live match in Germany, you know, you want to have it with beer. But it's exactly as you say, the beer lines are crazy. Um, I don't know if there's a, I don't know if there's a like rivalry per se between the Bay Area and like the Los Angeles area. Um, but that was actually something that I noted about LAFC when they built their new stadium, like, or when they, when they came into MLS and they had their new stadium, whatever. I saw some features about the way that the club worked with the fans from like day one. From the very conception of the club, they wanted to get fan groups involved. They wanted to make it like to build the club around the fans, or at least that's what they said. Um, yeah, yeah, right. It's pretty much like the biggest cornerstone of German German culture. I was gonna say German fan culture, but it's like literally the biggest cornerstone of German culture, the beer. And somehow the German engineering cannot build a beer line that can get people their beer in the 15 minutes of a half in the halftime break. That is truly disappointing. A disappointing performance from German engineering. But I do appreciate, because I did see for LAFC that when they designed their stadium, they had the fan input, and so they literally put like behind their terrace or whatever. That's good. That's fair. I would expect that. I would expect the Bay to hate LA. I honestly like. I've been to LA. I once. It was kind of neither here nor there. I mean, it was a big city. It was nice to be by the beach or whatever, and didn't see too much. Just kind of like Santa Monica and Venice Beach sort of area. Um, but like I can understand LA being LA, why probably honestly I can't imagine that many people probably like LA all that much, especially not in California. But I definitely understand why the Bay would absolutely hate LA in all sports. But I do appreciate that at the in their stadium, where their, what else you would call them, ultras or whatever, where their main fan stand, the uh, they talked to the fans, and one of the things that the fans said was that they didn't want to be like away from the football if they wanted to go get beer or snacks or whatever. So they built a bar that's the entire width of the stand, and so the fans can like come up from the seats, and they've got like the entire stand, the whole width of the stand. There's one giant bar. And I'm like, love or hate LAFC, love or hate LA. I'm like, that's pretty genius. Having I would assume probably about at least 400 500 foot long bar to get the fans in and out quickly. That maybe the German stadium engineers should look into something like that. But I won't give any LA any more credit than that. Yeah, I was genuinely surprised to hear about LAFC, because like also too, hearing that they had like celebrity investors and whatever, like it's, I guess, like Will Ferrell or whatever is one of the owners and stuff like that. I kind of assumed that it would just be almost like the epitome of like the sort of corporate sport. So when I heard that the basically the first thing they did when they just got the rights to make the club was to reach out to fan groups, and especially to like the fan groups of the former Chivas USA, and like that they wanted to build around the fans from day one. And I mean, you could say it's probably still a little bit cynical. It's probably an understanding that that's where like that's the way to build properly nowadays, because that's fans are, I think, getting more and more tired of just being consumers. And especially like if they were, because Chivas USA had left Los Angeles or whatever, or had folded, there was this big unmet fan desire, and good for them for tapping into it, even if it is maybe a little bit cynical. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I feel really bad for I mean, like, to a certain extent, like I feel really bad for particularly for the people of the Bay Area, because like there's like I don't know that much about about what it's like in California or in the Bay Area or things like that. But that's exactly what I've heard, is that like really good people, like the actual like local community, the people who are rooted in these places, especially in the Bay Area. Like I've heard so many, I've heard lots of bad things about like Oakland, for example, more broadly. But like I've like, especially since it started to sort of get a bad reputation, I've actually heard so many good things about the Bay Area, and how, with how many transplants you have and how much money has come in and has made like the Bay Area hard to live and really expensive and all these things, that there has been like a real resurgence of community. I don't know about in LA, maybe, maybe not, but I've heard that in the Bay Area there's been a lot of resurgence in the community, because it's basically like, well, now San Francisco is just for, the tech crowd and big money, and basically pricing everyone out into the periphery of the Bay Area. But it seems to have really lit a fire for people to be like, no, this is our place, and we're going to make it our own and hold on to it, and rebuild it again, kind of like what you said before, grassroots, not just for like football and sports, but also for community. And that's why also too, like why I started this channel, was because I wanted to build a community as much as anything. It's Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Wanted to build a community, um and like again, football is a great sort of cultural connector. It's and it also has a rhythm to it, like it's not like a seasonal rhythm per se, like it's not like a natural rhythm, but it has its own rhythm. You have your match day weekends and everything like that. um and so I really appreciate like hearing those stories about like the Bay Area and people really trying to kind of dig in and put their roots back down, and like say no to being pushed out by money and pushed out by greed and pushed out by consumerism, and really staking a claim for their communities and their people and their cities. And I do really appreciate that. I don't know how true that is. I'm obviously a long ways away, but I do appreciate that. Also, in case I didn't mention this before, as this is, you mentioned this is your sort of your first season following the Bundesliga and getting into football culture and following St. Pauli and stuff like that. In case I didn't mention it, I will be streaming these watchalongs for every German game, pretty much, because of the because like DAZN has the rights to all the German football in Canada. They could show every match, but they show all the Bundesliga matches, and then they show a select handful of the second division matches and a selection of the German Cup matches. But every Saturday and Sunday, I'll be here basically all day covering all of the German football. And then, as you can see from my okay, that's just, I'm not doing a good job there. From my schedule on the side here, also covering a bunch of games, as like all the green games on my calendar are games as would be like primary watch-alongs, and then all the other ones in the brown are like games that I keep an eye on. Oh, that is gonna be a great one. I will double check for you so that I don't give you the wrong information. So yeah, so that's a 10:30 time slot where I am. I'm pretty sure on the West Coast that would be 2 hours further back. So it should be an 8:30 a.m. kickoff out there on the West Coast for you. I got another big tifo up from the Hamburg fans behind the goal there. That's gonna be a great one. Union always travel, like the Union, even beside being a small club, they always fill out their allotments, especially for a big stadium like Dortmund. So there's going to be probably, oh wow, wow. There you go. There's the pageantry of a true German derby. massive tifo banner and the smoke show from them. Yeah, that's going to be a great game on Sunday between Union and Dortmund, and especially it's going to be an amazing atmosphere. Dortmund's home opener, the nearly 80,000 seat Westfalenstadion, and you're going to get a full contingent of traveling Union Berlin Ultras. Uh-oh. Fireworks on the pitch. As you can see now, too, the St. Pauli fans are going to do their bit as we get the pyro in their end as well. Wow. Yeah, that's a Hamburg derby for you. That's the sort of thing that you don't get to see very often if you're not into the European sports leagues with the ultra scenes. Got the flash flares from St. Pauli on the left. Smoke flares and tifo from the Hamburg Ultras on the right. But yeah, I imagine if you're gonna head off again to watch the second half, sure if you'll stick with me or not. If you head back, that's to watch the second half. That's absolutely cool, no problem. It's best to focus on the match. But yeah, we'll be here all season. Pretty much anytime there's a Bundesliga game on, or pretty much any German football, I'll be here. I'm just starting out. I'm gonna have like social media and stuff up, and during the international break, I'm gonna get a lot more of the sort of structure of my channel up and running. So you'll be able to find me on like Instagram, German Football FC, and I'll start posting like my full match schedules, so you can always see what I'll be doing for watchalongs. But German football is easy. If there's a Bundesliga game on, I'll be doing a watchalong. And then aside from that, basically here all Saturday and Sunday every weekend. And then I'll just do my best to post any additional matches I'm doing. But you are certainly always welcome here. I really appreciate you stopping in and chatting and teaching me about SF City FC and what's going on with the sports on the West Coast, and glad to have found someone who's into the football for the fan culture. Enjoy your beer and enjoy the game. Maybe I'll see you afterwards if you want to stop in again. If not, thank you very much for coming around. Good opportunity right away. And we're back up and running again. There we go. Thank you very much too. I really appreciate it. You're the first person to stop in and spend some time with me on the stream, and I really enjoy talking to you. And I'm excited to have you back for future matches. And oh, that's not a good way to start the second half. But it'll certainly make the atmosphere top notch for the second half. Wow. Well, it'll certainly bring the match to life. Smoke not even having cleared. That's gonna be so close. Good finish. Soft little touch into the near post. Have to see if there was an offside there, but definitely lit the match for the atmosphere here in the second half. I mean, it's a strong start. Dale St. Pauli, as you say, though. I've had a St. Pauli fan in the chat chatting with me. I'm definitely feeling a little bit more partisan to St. Pauli. Just gonna wait and see I'm not gonna change the scoreboard until we have the goal confirmed here. No goal, offside. Good thing I didn't change the scoreboard. Would have been a little bit premature there. So close. Kind of best of both worlds this way, at least from as more of a St. Pauli perspective. As St. Pauli hold on to the lead, but that will have the Hamburg fans and the Hamburg players lying to start the second half here. Good chip around the outside, but too far. Strong start to the second half here. 5 minutes blown past. See if the game follows the same sort of pattern as the first half here. A nice little ball down the channel from Turneriga again, but too close to a Vasil. Seal, of course, had a great penalty save in the season opener for against Dortmund at the Millantoa. Oh, beautiful turn by Königsdörfer. Good shift inside. No advantage. Free kick right on the edge of the box. Königsdörfer being a difference maker here. Great turn around Smith. Shifts the ball well. Not a ton of contact, but enough for a free kick there. Really dangerous position. You can see the Hamburg Ultras behind the goal are definitely back up in it fully now. They got another flare out. No shortage of flares amongst the Hamburg Ultras, it would seem. Did have the St. Pauli Pyro show and the that fantastic Hertha Tifo and Smoke show. Start the second half as predicted. See who takes this. It's good distance. It might even be a little bit too close, but we'll see what the play is. Left footage strike through. Got a lot on that shot. Unfortunately for him, it's more or less straight at the keeper. Probably the only angle he could find to get the shot through there, though. But good strike, wins the corner well. Good noise from the Hertha fans down that end. Ball in, headed away. Königsdörfer will hold on to it, won't let it run out for another corner. Bad giveaway though, loose on the ball. St. Pauli look to get out. Could be a problem here. Be interesting to see what happened there because it did look like he got to the ball first, but it looked like he might have gone over the ball. Ooh, calls for a stretcher. I don't like to see that. That's a tough one. More or less right at the keeper, but he got a lot on that. Still a lot to do for Basile to punch that away. Punch it to safety. That'll be interesting to see. I imagine there's probably a VAR check on this, although definitely an accident. He did get to the ball first, just kind of bounced over the top of it and caught him hard on that ankle. Good to see him. Good to see him up. Definitely don't want to see any injuries, any broken ankles, anything like that. Also, don't want to see any red cards, so it's definitely a painful one, but it's good to see that he looks like he'll be okay. Another good free kick position here for Hamburg. A little bit wider, a little bit further out, but maybe not as advantageous for a shot of how wide it is, but it could be a good ball into the back post there. Shot again, but not on target that time. 10 minutes gone in the second half. We're going to see some changes here. Should make Hamburg a little bit more of an offensive threat. Helson getting the armband. The new arrival named club captain by the manager. And Pauli will play out from the back. Oh, look at that. Beautiful little dummy to himself. Turn past the defender into space. Wide, cutting into the middle. Gets past his man. Shot into the defender's feet. Tunji, great job working space in the middle and a block away for a corner. Not sure what's going on here. EDF for Poulsen. Not sure how that ended up as a goal kick. Not sure what the ref is listening to either. Maybe a handball shout? I don't know. All right, well, we continue. I mean, that definitely looked like it should have been a corner to St. Pauli, but given as the goal kick, and we carry on. Turner up the side here. Fans taking the volume up another notch here. Pretty sure that's pretty sure it's the St. Pauli fans that are making the loudest noise at the moment. I could be wrong. Königsdorf are definitely getting into the game strongly now. Confidence is up. Good composure on the ball. Good moves. Kirchhoff, Celiakis comes on. Beautiful ball through the middle. Keeper Laded coming out. Is he going to get around him? Has a tough angle! 2-0 to St. Pauli. And Tunchi being the difference maker again for St. Pauli. Really questionable defending there by HSV to just... You never really want to give like just a flat ball through the middle like that away. Keeper caught in two minds. Probably could have got there if he came. Hesitated, came late. Got caught out in a bad position. Excellent touch away from the Hamburg player. Oh, great run off of Turunariga. No one going with him, and what a finish, basically along the goal line. Incredible finish. Also on his left foot, so he doesn't even have the favorable curl either. Phenomenal. Making Hamburg pay for some loose defending there. I don't know where the midfield went. And Tuntanji and Turunariga battling all night, and Tuntanji just left Turunariga in the dust there. No one going with the runner. Easy flat ball right through the middle. And then a phenomenal finish along the goal line. Get Pauli their second here. Oops, my timer's again. Oh. Oh, but now I lost my timer again. Got my scoreboard, lost my timer. All right, let's see. Let's get this fixed. Another chance for St. Pauli. Weak shot into the keeper's arms. Okay, back synced up on the timer. 2-0 St. Pauli. Huntonji being, I would say, Andreas Huntonji gotta be my man of the match main contender so far. 62 minutes gone, just a bit past the hour here. Been battling Turunariga all night long on that now far side. Turunariga had a good start to the match, but ever since that foul that wasn't a foul, where it could have been 2 for St. Pauli in the first half, I feel like Antanji has definitely had the better of Turunariga since then, and that goal, another example, running off him right through the middle. No one went with him. Turunariga didn't track him. A lot of work still to do by Antanji, but showing his quality. An excellent finish. 2-0 St. Pauli lead now. Good ball through the middle into Poulsen dropping in the link-up play. Good return. Pulled down. Referee says no. I wonder if it was because he had one hand. There's another very late challenge from Poulsen. And he's going to go in the book and see that Poulsen clearly not happy about the lack of a call in the box. And probably nothing nice to say to Fujita. That was a really awful tackle. He did grab at him, but he didn't really grab onto him, and I think that's probably why he got away with it. There was no pull back. He got his hands on him, but he didn't grab him and pull him back. We'll talk with the captains here. The referee. Hamburg's coach. It's a deeply committed Hamburg fan. Dream come true for him to manage his beloved club. As he got a little shot there of the Gästeblock of the traveling St. Pauli fans. Obviously not having to travel very far today. Traveling from the inner city to sort of the northwest edge of the city. The Volksparkstadion is in a beautiful forest on the edge of Hamburg. Job winning the second ball there. St. Pauli cross looking for Antanji, but Torunariga there to intervene quickly on that one. Long throw in. Torunariga easily headed away. Headed back in. All the way out to Hamburg. "66 minutes gone here. St. Pauli with a 2-goal lead now, away at their great crosstown rivals. The punk football pirates from the Reeperbahn, St. Pauli. Reeperbahn neighborhood, famous Reeperbahn neighborhood. The advantage over the traditional giants from HSV, once the biggest club in Germany, arguably. Probably back in the mid-80s. Probably the last time that anyone competed directly with Bayern Munich as the biggest club. But how times change. St. Pauli not exactly set themselves up as giants of German football yet, per se, although they're obviously the biggest club, cult club in German football, one of the biggest cult clubs in the world. But definitely getting the better of the crosstown giants from HSV. A little stumble, thankfully for him, not under pressure. Good ball through the lines, but Smith there to clear it away again. Tried to get the ball through. You can see how Paulson had the third man to touch off to on the touchline, but couldn't get it to him. Good layoff. Got the man over on the left. Lots of space here to shoot. Goes to the dink of the back post, but Vasil, easy save in the end. Königsdörfer couldn't get too much on that. Königsdörfer creating lots of opportunities in the second half here. My vote for man of the match. Huntunji will be coming off here. Keeper did a good job to force him wide, but just couldn't cut off the angle to block off that shot at the near post. It was a tremendous finish, though. Harris coming on for Huntunji. More flares in the St. Pauli end. The smoke there. There's the semi-automated. Oh, that's how close it was. That Hamburg getting the breakthrough right after the half, and instead of 1-1, now it's 2-0 to St. Pauli. Got St. Pauli fans making themselves heard in that corner there. Still good energy from the Hamburg Ultras though as well. Dompe got electric energy on that side. Whipped in at the near post. Imagine if Hamburg are going to do much in the second half. They already looking stronger. It's definitely getting Königsdörfer into the match really helped them. He's looking a lot more confident. But I think especially if they can get Dompe isolated on that far side, he from the having watched their first match, I believe it was against Gladbach. Yeah, away at Gladbach. It was 0-0, so I can't say that they had a lot of production, but Jean-Luc Dompe looked electric on when he came on as a sub in that game. Whenever they would get the ball into him, he's definitely got energy, movement, can deliver a solid cross. We'll have to see whether they can get him the ball in some space. He's definitely willing to take on a defender. Foul there. Oh, just, yeah, caught him a little bit there. Bruneriga on that right side, or far side. And Pauli pressing up a little bit. Forcing Hamburg back to their goalkeeper. Hamburg with a big switch, but it's loose and easy back to the goalkeeper. Another change coming for Hamburg. Going to be it's going to be Otto Stange, who's getting ready to come on for Hamburg. Good tackle there from Omari on the right-hand side. The right side of Hamburg's defense there. The smoke dissipating from Hamburg fans' latest player down that end. See all the flags in the St. Pauli guest block. Tell where the edges of their block are from where all the security is. There's a chance. Good block. And Pauli doing a good job there too with the little interchanges again. And Pauli definitely more commanding of the teams in the second half. Although let's miss the Pauli banner there. Hamburg started well, and Warner Sinani ball in. Headed away. It looked like the St. Pauli player headed away. Sinani again on this left side. Another cross into the back post. Smith slipped there. If Hamburg had got that goal, the one just a few inches offside, you can imagine it'd be quite a different story now. But since St. Pauli got that second, they've been in the ascendancy. But there's Dompe Surrounded by 5 defenders. Tough situation, but he wins a free kick in a good situation for Hamburg. Otto Stenga and Ryan Felipe coming on for Hamburg. Off here. Daniel El Fadli looked like was one of the ones coming off. Or those flash flares in the crowd. Some regular flares too. No, and no lack of flares in the Port City, it would seem. Wow, that was a poorly executed free kick. And now St. Pauli away in tons of space. Man over in the middle. Referee waves it away. Neither player got a touch on the ball. Very close, though. That could have been disastrous for HSV. Capaldo and El Fadli were the two that came off. Felipe and Otto coming on. 75 minutes gone now. Only 15 minutes to play here in Hamburg, plus stoppage time. HSV had a strong start to the second half, but having the goal taken away and St. Pauli scoring really flipped the table, took some of the energy out of the team. Bruneriga with a big switch to the right side, Poulsen enough to knock it on. But good defending there from St. Pauli. And here they come in transition. Gets across the defender, barge in the back. That will be a free kick. Wouldn't be surprised to see a card, and there it is. And it's going to be a red card. Watchalong, second yellow. Smart. Very smart from... I know. Pauli got the player, though, too. Second yellow, sending off. Was not sure if that was Peralage or if it was Fujita, but it was really smart to, I think it was Peralage, really smart to get across the front of the defender, any contact, push in the back. In that kind of transition position as well, it's always going to be a yellow card. And now we'll just see whether... Oh, trying to play it out dangerously. Good save, rebound. Fujita tried to poke it across, but well defended. We'll see now whether St. Pauli just try and control the game or whether they go in for the kill now. They definitely need and want all 3 points. It's going to be a tough season for both of these teams. Most likely. I mean, not to take anything away from either of them or to make things too grim, but obviously both teams that are probably more concerned about staying up than finishing any of the European spots or anything like that. But I would be surprised if St. Pauli happier to sit a little bit deeper and really definitely just focus on attacking in transition when they can turn the ball over. Up by Poulsen holding the ball up against 2 defenders. Cross comes in, no one there. As St. Pauli come away in transition again. Good ball forward into space on that right-hand side. Got The overlap coming forward. Good ball to the touchline. Did he keep it in? He did! Oh! Just behind Fujita. Put it where the ball could get through, but if Fujita already too far ahead, ball back in, Torino Riga. Headed away, steps into it. And that'll be a corner kick. Javier Fernandez doing a good job to fight that one off, taking it on the full volley. Just missed Fujita. Couldn't really put it anywhere else, or the keeper probably would have cut it out, but was close. And then the follow-up shot, well saved through traffic. Corner from Sinani on the near side here. The danger zone. St. Pauli will collect it and all the way back to Basile in the St. Pauli end. Headed down. Good ball in, but a little bit too far. Javier Fernandez will get there and get Hamburg moving again. Not a bad idea, but a little bit loose and well cut out. All the way back to the Hamburg keeper. Play back out to that left-hand side, and Hamburg come again. Ball loose in the midfield, and St. Pauli on them again. Tsunani. Uchida on the far side. Just missed that far post. Probably have St. Pauli changes here, I would imagine. Nope, more Hamburg changes. Oh, changes from both sides now. That's it for Königsdorf. Got into the game a little bit in the second half there. Good chances. Probably just about HSV's man of the match, I would say. Not a lot of service into him, but he did what he could with it. There's the first goal again. Fugawa. First ever Bundesliga goal. Unlikely candidate. Did a good job holding off the defender, just getting his right foot onto it and well on target. Keeper couldn't fight it off. Changes for both sides. Ritska on for Fugawa for St. Pauli. You'll collect that easy enough. Lage came off there. Metcalf on another change for St. Pauli. Another thing to note there as well, another of the refereeing directives that was given out at the start of the season. Strict 8 seconds for the goalkeeper now, and the referee will count it out and show with his fingers. If a goalkeeper holds onto the ball beyond 8 seconds, it instead of an indirect free kick, it'll be a corner kick given in that situation. Haven't seen any of that yet this season, but I'm sure we will get one or two before the season is over. Pauli happy to control here. Smith forward. Torunariga wins it back though. He'll drive up the pitch. Dompe. Olsen holds it up. Dompe in traffic again. Bumped off the ball, no foul. Ball into the middle. Beautiful little touch around. And Pauli will control in the midfield. Not really in a hurry. Up a man, up 2 goals. 6 minutes and change to go. Need to be necessarily as aggressive. Just as valuable to hold the ball and kill the clock. That's going to be offside. Yeah. a good idea. The ball around the edge there, but he didn't check back in onside before moving up the field. Bruno Riga with a ball straight through the middle looking for Poulsen. Got up and headed it down. Really clear it away. Bruno Riga winning the physical challenge there. We'll go back and collect the ball. And Pauli in transition again. Hamburg committing a lot of men forward. Block off there, and it'll be a free kick to St. Pauli. Hamburg player down too, off the ball. Didn't see what happened there. Cramps. Not surprising at this point. Mari down. Maybe Fujita a little bit winded. Wow. Yeah, definitely blocked off. Was would be a perfect 1-2, but no question there. Really quite liking this referee cam. It is cool to have a on-pitch perspective for some of these things, for some of the goals, some of the calls. Definitely free kick from the referee's perspective there. Good turn into space. Can't quite get away. St. Pauli will maintain control though. Good work by HSV. Poulsen, no foul. Frustrated there. St. Pauli down this near side. Man making the underlap. Well done by HSV, but a loose, weak pass. And St. Pauli are on them again, but it's a good save by the keeper. They'll stay in. And corner kick. Ball down the side. Pushed away. St. Pauli guest block in the corner is bouncing. It's a party for them with 3 minutes left in the 90. St. Pauli will just move back to their defenders. Ball in, headed out. Back to the Pauli center backs. Down. Pauli coming again. Well blocked by Torino-Riga, getting his leg into the shooting lane. Advantage played there. Or Hamburg is looking for Dompe on that side, but just a loose ball, and St. Pauli come again. It's just kind of wide open match now. Little bump off the ball there. Dompe, now we get to see him. Good ball through, and he's keeping going forward. Well blocked by Smith. And there's a foul. Ref will play advantage. St. Pauli away, and a ball into the left-hand channel here. All right, this wins the throw. Keep the ball down that end. Some disappointment there from the little energy shot there. Not a lot of joy or satisfaction. But the St. Pauli fans are having a party in there, and look at them bouncing in the gust of luck. Pauli fans, or players there wrestling. It goes the way of Hamburg. Into the final minute of the 90 now. Olsen can't knock it down, but Hamburg do come away with it. Man through the middle. Dompe coming to from all the way over to overload on this right-hand side. Cross in, easy take for Vasil. Excellent in goal for St. Pauli again today. Pretty sure he was their player of the season last year. St. Pauli with the second best defense in the Bundesliga last season, behind only Bayern. All forwards easily cut out. It'll be a throw to Hamburg on that far side. We tick to the 90. And we will get 10 additional minutes, so nowhere near being done now, it would seem, as it turns out. Had a red card, had nearly full complement of substitutes just about. Had 4 from Hamburg, 4 from St. Pauli. I mean, that by the letter of the law alone is already 4 minutes of stoppage time. Had the VAR check on Königsdörfer's goal. 1 or 2 other VAR checks. 10 minutes. I mean, it's like one of those refereeing directives again. We saw it a year or 2 ago where they're told to make it sort of more realistic. Had that around the Qatar World Cup. A little more strict timekeeping. And we're seeing that again this year. Another refereeing directive to make sure that in and out there. Make sure there's all the lost time to stoppages and everything are given back in stoppage time. They want to try and clamp down on time wasting. They want to try and clamp down on see there you can see the referee with the doing the countdown. So getting all the examples of all the refereeing directives here. We want the stoppage time to more accurately reflect the stoppages. You want the goalkeepers to be moving the ball more quickly. And we saw earlier with Gokolosh, apologies to probably Georgian, I'd imagine, with a name like that, to Georgian people. Georgi Gokolashvili, he got his first yellow. Wow. I mean, nothing in that, but Gokolashvili got the his first yellow for dissent. Had a chance to see that new refereeing directive. Major cut down on dissent. He got his first yellow card for dissent. Second yellow card, well won by the St. Pauli player cutting across him, forcing the kind of push in the back, which is always going to be yellow in that position. So, getting a good example of every single one of the major refereeing directives that are new for this season. Still more than 7 minutes to go in stoppage time. Runner, we go with another big ball forward into the middle. And Pauli win this header and the second ball. And then for it's a bit of a 4-on-3. Has his man over in space on the left side. Trying to find the man on the far side there again, but loose ball way, way away. Another look at the partying St. Pauli fans there. They're definitely the fans you can hear now. Josef Paulsen. 6 minutes to go in stoppage time here. Hamburg down a man, down 2 goals. It's still working. Ball through. Good idea, but Vasil out well again. Commentators talking about the Reeperbahn street and neighborhood in Hamburg. I mentioned that it has a few bars and some cold drinks. That'll be where the St. Pauli fans will probably, a lot of them will be finding themselves this evening after the game, straight from the Volksparkstadion to the Reeperbahn. Reeperbahn being essentially the heart of the Hamburg red light district, but just generally the party scene of Hamburg on the Reeperbahn, and I imagine it will be lit up with thousands of St. Pauli fans celebrating tonight. You know, with the few bars, having a few cold drinks. I'm sure that nothing too crazy. I'm sure. Wink, wink. Be a fun weekend for St. Pauli. Win against the rivals in the derby, and now they get to sit back and watch a weekend of German football with the city bragging rights for about 4 or 5 months now until they play the return at the Millantor, which I believe will be will be in January, I think, possibly February. I think it's at the end of January. That one will be the return at the Millantor, right next to the Reeperbahn of the few bars and cold drinks. Good work on the left there from Hamburg. Good block tackle. Free kick to St. Pauli. Hamburg leadership there not looking especially pleased with the day's events. Probably get things restarted. Come back to the keeper. 3 minutes to go in stoppage time now. Ball out to the right hand. There's the near side here, but given away, and St. Pauli come forward again. Game really open now. Late one-on-one. Cars blocked. Couldn't shift the ball into a better shooting position. The banner between the two levels of the stand there the St. Pauli fans have between the first and second tier says FC St. Pauli is the only option. FC St. Pauli ist die einzige Möglichkeit. And they'll feel justified in that tonight. A very good performance from St. Pauli in the derby. We kick into the final 2 minutes of the 10 of stoppage time. St. Pauli just keep in control. Great. Switch out to the right. Back to the keeper, Vasil. Calm as you like from St. Pauli now, just controlling the ball. Good pull into the middle. And over on the left here, 2 through the middle if you can get a cross in. Out for a throw. Honestly, might be even preferable to St. Pauli at this point. Don't even need to pretend that they might bring their center backs forward for the corner. Probably just trying to keep it trapped down in that corner. Playing up a little bit so I can appreciate that Millantor roar at the Volksparkstadion as we hit full time. 45 seconds to go. Throw into St. Pauli. 35 seconds left. Australian there, Jackson Irvine. Currently out injured. Sure he'll be happy to join in the celebrations in a moment. 5 seconds to go or so. And there's the roar. Full time here in Hamburg. St. Pauli winning ultimately pretty comprehensively in the end. Dragawa with a goal in the 19th minute got them up and running. Kuchanji with an excellent goal in the second half in the 60th minute. Königsdörfer had scored right after the halftime, right after the second half started, but it was ruled off for a super narrow offside. See the Hamburg supporters with the scarves up. It'll be interesting to see. It was, I see the flares again in the St. Pauli end there behind the coach. But that was a really excellent performance from St. Pauli. HSV definitely not terrible. Good to see you back in here again, Oro. Definitely beautiful scenes. Loving the party and the St. Pauli end there. It is going to be a heck of a party on the Reeperbahn in St. Pauli's neighborhood this evening. Also good, though, to see, good to see that the Hamburg fans have stuck around and they're going to give their team their due, too. Andreas Hentanji, the man of the match, which I completely agree with. Giving Torunariga headaches all day, getting the second goal. While you're still here, Oro, now that the game is done, what do you think of your first big German derby? Couldn't have picked a better one. And even get the St. Pauli win to boot. Well earned. Glad you enjoyed it. It was a really good derby. It was nice that it ended up relatively even. But I do also, that said, I do think that St. Pauli were definitely full value for their win. I would agree with you too. I would also expect both clubs to stay up. I think St. Pauli will build on their success from last season. I mean, of course, they barely stayed up last season, but for clubs like St. Pauli, that in itself is a big success. And they had incredible defense last year, and I think that will probably be the launch pad for them staying up again. Hamburg seem to have some goal scoring troubles, but they do have some talented players, so I think they will also probably stay up, but I think they might have a harder time of it than St. Pauli. But there's also some other... It'll be interesting to see as it develops, because I think there could be some weak, like relatively weak teams. And I think that'll probably be the difference whether both Hamburg clubs stay up or not. Love this though. This is one of the things that I really love about German football. Even in a derby, even getting beaten by their crosstown rivals, like I'm more partial to St. Pauli, but I do love to see, the Hamburg fans saluting their players too, despite the loss. Not quite the same energy as the other side, but some of the best players in the Bundesliga. That's a good question. I mean, unfortunately, I do feel like the most obvious answer is that a lot of the talent does concentrate at the top. So, I mean, you could basically look at Bayern's entire squad is more or less like pure class in terms of like quality. Um, Man, I'm gonna have to think too, because unfortunately the Bundesliga lost a lot of talent this summer. Because like the next place to go, sort of mentally, would be to go over to Leverkusen, but a lot of their stars left, mostly to Liverpool. um, yeah, there was a lot of turnover. I feel kind of bad. I feel like I should have a better answer for that. To me, for like, it depends where you want to look. Among the smaller teams, I think like Königsdorf for Hamburg, for example, is probably a really important one for them. He's got a lot of this, like a lot of the quality for them up top. Ansa is looking like a good signing for Union Berlin so far up front, especially because they play like a very like Union have a very um, like concrete system that they play. They're 5-3-2, two men up front, usually like one strong, one fast, and I feel like Ansa is the first striker that Union have got since Taiwo Awani went to uh, Nottingham Forest that has both like the strength and the speed. And so I think he's going to be a really good fit in that system. I don't know if he's necessarily going to like he's not necessarily a top player per se. Um, but I think he's going to be really good for Union. And like Awani, when he was with Union a couple of years ago, had I think 15 goals and was one of the leading scorers in the Bundesliga for Union, and not even very like Union not being a very offensive team. Um, Man, all the players that come to mind, I'm like, nope, sold, sold, sold. There's just so much. Because even too, again, like I was just thinking, like, because like Leipzig had a lot of talented players, but a lot of them, even just in the last day or two, like Xavi Simons, I guess got sold to Tottenham. Um, but in a sense, I kind of like that because like you can look at the top teams, and the top teams have top players, and like especially Bayern Munich are really head and shoulders above everyone right now. Um, Leverkusen got plundered for all their big players. Dortmund are kind of rebuilding. Leipzig lost a lot of their big players. But in that sense, I think that's actually going to be really good. It might mean that Bayern run away with it again. They have a tendency to do that, especially in these sort of transition years. But I would also look to Frankfurt. I haven't really had a chance to watch them closely this year, but that seems to be the consensus pick that they're the ones who built the sort of the most strongly and might be potentially the biggest competitor to Bayern Munich. Um, I'm glad that you asked that though, because now that you have asked, I'm like, damn, yeah, all the players I would have answered have all basically gone to England for the most part. It seems like, but because of that, I think it'll be a really interesting season because there are no clear, standouts other than basically Bayern Munich, who are always the clear standout. But like uh, Dortmund have kind of rebuilt, but without any sort of marquee signings. Um, Leverkusen lost most of their marquee players, so it'll be interesting to see what they've done to replace. I mean, it's already not really looking great. Ten Hag losing his first game to Bochum at home. That's a rough start. Um, it'll be interesting to see who are the players that emerge now, because I think all of the obvious sort of answers to that question of the best players in the Bundesliga is they all left. And I really hate to say that. I really do, because like I don't really want to discourage anyone from watching the Bundesliga or thinking that there's a lot of talent to be had. But I think there is going to be a lot of really excellent players, a lot of excellent performances in the Bundesliga. But this is probably the season where those players will really set themselves apart. Um, because we just lost basically an entire generation of Bundesliga talent to England, and so that this year will be a good opportunity for a lot of players to really make a name for themselves in the absence of the Florian Wirtz, the Jeremy Frimpongs, the Benjamin Šeško, Xavi Simons. Yeah, they really do. It was actually funny before like Vincent Kompany, the manager of Bayern Munich, he was asked about like what is it that the Premier League has, what sets them apart, why are they, why do all the players want to go to the Premier League? And his answer was money. And it really, in a sense, it really is as simple as that. I don't think English football is the most beautiful or the most technical or anything like that. It really, just obscene amounts of money. Basically already a super league within Europe. um, and it is a shame. And it's funny because like listening to Goldbridge talk when he was describing the Bundesliga, he was saying like everyone watch the Bundesliga because this is where basically all the talent from that England is going to get. Like that's it's a league full of talent to be uh, basically plucked and taken to England. Um, and it's again, that's one of the reasons why I want to do this because like while it is true that a lot of the talent is, you know, most of the best Bundesliga players are only the best Bundesliga players for 2 or 3 years before they move on to a more lucrative league. But that's why I love German football because it's like the players come and go. It is a bit of a selling league, as sad as that is. But you get games like this, Hamburg and St. Pauli, the crazy atmosphere, the amazing like flares and smoke all night, banners, tifos, choreos, like the fans singing both teams all game no matter what's happening. And I do really love that except in the most exceptional circumstances, the fans and the players will always salute each other. I mean, it's a tough one for HSV to lose at home on their home opener to their big rivals, but it's full credit to the fans for giving the players the applause and the salute after the match. I'm really grateful to hear that. I thought this was really encouraging. Um, I thought of this like I came up with this that I wanted to do this back in like April or May. Um, and I looked around and I didn't really see a lot of English language stuff. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. And I can understand, like I do understand that the Bundesliga, wants to go where they will reach the most eyes. And I can totally understand that because I do think that the Bundesliga, if you watch the Bundesliga, you will fall in love if like if you care about that side of it, if you care about the fan culture, if you want a game that has a great atmosphere, and you love the color, the chants, like everything around it. Because it's like if you just want like pure football, I mean, I think the Bundesliga is still a great choice. I think the style of football in Germany is it's like the physicality of England, but with more technical focus, not just sort of like pure athleticism, which is a lot of how I view the English game. Is that it's they get the best players, but then they force them into like strict tactical systems, and a lot of players um like I mean, obviously Kevin De Bruyne was able to do it, but like players like Luka Modric and Toni Kroos didn't go to England because the like intense physicality of it took away all of the things that made them special. And so I think the Bundesliga is a good choice no matter what. But I do understand them going to Goldbridge because over 1 million subscribers on That's Football or whatever. Like I understand they want to get the Bundesliga in front of people, but I do hope that I can sort of create a space here where people who find the Bundesliga and really love it, but can maybe see through the fact that a lot of the English language creators don't really know anything about German football, about German fan culture, and that I would really, really love to fill that void. And two, like I'm doing this project by myself. Like my partner supports me, which I really appreciate. But like I've made the overlays and the scoreboards and everything, which I just realized we're not into the 114th minute. But like just because I'm really passionate about it, I feel like German football isn't just a great example of what sports can be and like what community in sports can be, but I think German football is a really great example of how people can take back control of the things that they love. Like Germany has a strong club culture and their club culture is for everything. Like you have like pigeon breeding clubs and acorn collecting clubs and whatever, and like that's sort of neither here nor there, but it, you know, that club structure that Germany has allows people to just, you know, take control of the things that they love. It's like love collecting acorns. We'll find a bunch of people that love collecting acorns and we'll make a club about it. And I think that sort of energy of community and that like all of these clubs in Germany are really deeply rooted in their communities, and it's something that really sets it apart. But it shows, like, to me it's important because I think that anyone could take this for anything. You can look at the German fan model, you can look at the way that the fans defend their rights, defend their interests. You know, they'll stand up to their own clubs, they'll stand up to the German Football Association, they'll stand up to UEFA, and they win. Like there used to be Monday night games in Germany and they got canceled, and you know, after like 1 or 2 years, because the fans said no, like we want to go on away trips, we want to be able to support our team on the road, and Monday nights just don't work. Like we can't be we can't travel across Germany in numbers and do all this on a Monday night. It's a work night. So they boycotted it. Like there was lots of boycotts. The ultras would leave the stands empty on Monday nights, and the league got the message. They couldn't, you know, and there was going to be the really significant like external investment in the league, and basically all the fan groups across the league were like, no, we're not going to sell the soul of German football. You had like protests like the Union fans throwing chocolate coins onto the pitch to, you know, as a symbol of the German Football Association's greed. And you had atmosphere boycotts, you had all sorts of protest banners. The fans came together, solidarity between like Bayern Munich ultras and Dortmund ultras, like Hamburg ultras and St. Pauli ultras, and the German football community just said like, no, we're not gonna, we don't want money so bad that we'll let you sell out the future and the culture of our league. And they won that too. The investment was withdrawn. And like I know that there's a lot of fans who wouldn't understand that because, you know, so much about the game is about money now. But the German football fans said no. They said that our culture, our football, the way that we do it, the way that we want it is more important than having money coming in. And you know, we'll keep with minimal TV rights. We, you know, we won't have the international TV infrastructure developed if that would mean that if we did that, that we would lose control of the game, or you know, too much money would be coming in. And like I think that's really what sets this apart for me. So I really appreciate you saying that hopefully I can uh fill a void there. And like I don't want to hold you up all night unless you're interested in or all afternoon unless you're interested in chatting more. But I really appreciate uh I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming and chatting with me today. This has been super fun. It's been a much better experience than my first streams where it was just me talking to the camera for 4 to 8 hours. And I really appreciate that you um that you come to this through St. Pauli, and that like you came to it because you like the fan culture and the things that make German football unique and really distinct in a sports landscape that isn't just so money driven now. And it's been really good to have you here and to be able to chat with you, and I try to answer your questions as best as I can. I'm gonna have to go to I'm gonna have to go watch a few minutes of Goldbridge's watch along for this derby. Yeah, I imagine that the Super League will probably come around again. I've heard people say that like because of the new format of the Champions League, um, the Super League teams might be a little bit put off to like, oh well, we have we have this new big money format of the Champions League, but I actually think that I think that it's actually probably going to empower the Super League even a little bit more now, and I think the front lines of resisting it will be Germany, and I think it will be like clubs like St. Pauli and Union Berlin, as much as the fans of the big clubs like Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund that will keep the Super League out of Germany and Germany out of the Super League, even if they're the only ones who do it. Uh, Thank you so much for stopping in with me today. This was really, I was gonna say made my day, but this has been the best experience of this channel so far. Really enjoyed really enjoyed talking to you today. I will definitely, in fact, to make absolutely sure, I will write that down because I am very interested. I love to hear that they have like a fan ownership or like a 50+1 model there. And one of the things I'd actually like to do for this channel outside of Watchalongs is I would really like to like elaborate a lot more on German football and the culture and the ethics and the ownership and 50+1 and all those things. But one of the reasons why I also want to cover other games and have like other games other than German football is because I also want to find teams like SF City FC, even like small ones, and show the connection between like what is great about German football and German culture, and find clubs like SF City FC that also represent that. Even if it's not even a direct connection to German football, if they have the same spirit, if they want fans to have control, if the fans feel empowered, I don't want to just highlight German football. I also want to highlight anyone who's doing that because like I think German football is the best example, but I will definitely look up SF City FC. Might even if I can find enough information, I might even make like just a separate standalone video talking about them because it's been really good to learn about them from you. And yeah, I really appreciate you stopping in. Really appreciate chatting with you. Again, be here anytime there's a Bundesliga match on. I'll be up and streaming. You're always welcome here. I never did turn off my timer. I will be here every Bundesliga match day, every Bundesliga, every German Cup match day, and some Zweite Bundesliga, some Champions League. I'm on Instagram. I haven't really done much on it in the international break. I'll be getting my Instagram up and running. I'll probably be getting like an X account for this up and running, and you'll be able to see on there. I'll be posting my match schedules and stuff. But like Union against Dortmund on Sunday is a good one. I'd love to see you back in there again. You're now my original legend of the chat. You'll be I'll definitely remember you if you come around again, and I'm just so grateful to being able to share this with you. I'm glad that you got to enjoy your first big German derby, and St. Pauli even got a really good win for you. Great atmosphere. Just so thankful. Uh, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think you're the only one still hanging around, and I mean, obviously you saw the match for yourself, so I probably don't really need to do a match recap for you. But yeah, I think I will probably call it there. But I look forward to seeing you around. If you ever looking to chat about the football or have a watch along, if you have any questions, even if I can't answer them, I love to get the questions because it then gives me, something that I can go and learn some more. So if you even if you just pop in every now and then during matches just to ask questions that came to mind, I will always be happy to see you around, my original legend of the chat. And I'll just give you a second in case you want to say anything before I sign off, and then I will end my broadcast for the day, and I'll be back here tomorrow around 6:30 a.m. your time on the West Coast, 8:30 here in my time zone. Be covering German football all day, ending the night with the Napoli game from Italy. So if you have any time tomorrow and you want to pop in, you're more than welcome. If not, maybe I will see you for the Union Dortmund game. It should be 8:30 kickoff your time, I'm pretty sure. I'll be already live because I'll have done the Wolfsburg Mainz game that morning as well. So I'll probably be streaming about 6 to 8 hours tomorrow and Sunday. And if I don't see you around this weekend, I mean, I hope to see you again. I really appreciate you stopping in and chatting with me and letting me know about SF City FC. I will probably go and look that up as soon as I am off this stream. All right, checked out. Thank you to Oro CA for giving me some company in the chat for a few hours. This is a really good day of football. Elversberg beating Hertha in the opener of the weekend's proceedings, winning quite comfortably at the Olympiastadion in Berlin. Weren't able to get the match, but Nuremberg draw 0-0 draw with Paderborn in the other Zweite Bundesliga match this morning, and then the main match, Hamburg's home opener. What a home opener. Derby against St. Pauli. Can't think of a better match to open their stadium. But it was St. Pauli who got the better of them. 2-0 the win. HSV with the player sent off late in the second half. Pretty comfortable win on the whole for St. Pauli. And we're off and running with 4 points so far. HSV just the one from their first game. Final score there, 2-0 St. Pauli, and I will be back tomorrow for the 3:30 Central European Time kickoffs, 8:30 Central Standard Time in Canada, 6:30 on the West Coast for Oro. It'll be Stuttgart-Gladbach will be the main match tomorrow in the 8:30/3:30 Central European Time slot. But we will also have a bit of a conference going on for the other games. Bremen-Leverkusen, Hoffenheim hosting Frankfurt, and Leipzig hosting Heidenheim. So once again, final score from Hamburg, St. Pauli 2, HSV 0, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.